Hello everyone and welcome to AimSync 2022. We're here to kick off Arena 2 with a chat about one of our favourite mediums today, TV. It's got us through 3 lockdowns, and while we might not be all around a water cooler anymore, there's no doubt from looking at post-show discourse on platforms like Twitter, whether it's about Che Diaz, who's behind the mask, or Connell's necklace, that it's uniting us more than ever. Music plays a huge part in this and gives us the opportunity around the world to not just reflect British culture, but sometimes even shape it. So with that in mind, we've got 3 experts for you today from the world of reality TV, sports, drama and comedy. And I'm going to hand myself over to you to introduce them. If I could start with you, Andrea.
Hi, I'm Andrea and I am the music supervisor for Made in Chelsea.
And if you guys could also tell us a little bit about your background and your role, that would be great.
Okay, so I've worked in TV for about 25 years. Started off life in music TV and then went into entertainment, kind of Saturday nighty type stuff. And then have for the past 15, 20 years been in, no, about 15 years, been in the reality TV world. So I've got a kind of dual job. I started off life researching music, then ended up as an edit producer, putting shows together, putting stories together in an edit. Ended up doing that on Made in Chelsea, and then was able to marry together my 2 loves, music and putting stories together in edit. So that's kind of how I became the music supervisor on Made in Chelsea, because I was kind of placing music on the show.
Brilliant, thank you. Alex, over to you.
Hi, I'm Alex. I've been a music supervisor for film, TV and film trailers for the past 16 years. My first show was Skins, and I started working on other E4 shows like Misfits and Youngers after that. Since worked on all sorts of things. Recent projects from last year included The People Just Do Nothing film, Baptiste, BBC One drama, and Angela Black, an ITV drama. Recent ongoing projects include Big Boys, a new comedy for Channel 4, a sports documentary, which I cannot announce, and also another film, which I cannot announce because of the world of NDAs. Sorry.
Real good. Tom?
Hi, everybody. So I'm Tom Roberts. I run a publicity and promotions business called Shoot Music. It's going to our 14th year. We work with a lot of sport organisers like Formula 1, Premier League, Super League, and we work with lots of independent record labels such as Cooking Vinyl, Domino, Partisan, Communion, XL. We're fundamentally pluggers. My background is plugging music back in the 90s, and I've built a business that basically uses the same methodology that we all know about in the music industry, but we apply it to sport. So we plug sport television for sync and activity.
Thank you, Tom. And I am Verity, head of sync at Cooking Vinyl. So I'm pitching to these guys and working with Tom, as he says, and it's always a pleasure. So if I could start off with Andrea and Alex, asking you some questions about your creative process. If you could elaborate a little bit about when you get on board with your shows, what you do to source music, where you go to source music, how this might vary on your projects, and also how you work with blanket and direct licenses. Alex, if I could start with you.
I guess the first thing to say would be the 3 stages to any sort of production process. Pre-production, which would be the script writing, production where you're actually shooting, and post-production where you're editing and you're actually adding the music in there. Ideally, I would begin in pre-production. That would be if the production are very organized and know what they're doing. In the world of drama and especially comedy, lots of people like to have people singing songs. So quite often I would discuss with them the potential costs for a karaoke scene, because they want to sing, I don't know, Frank Sinatra, and you're not going to afford that, and what you can do. Production, I don't really do much apart from if there's maybe a club scene. So when they shoot a club scene, they don't actually shoot it to music, it's all quiet. So it really helps the editing process. So because of that, you need to sometimes the extras might be dancing to different songs in their head. Sometimes someone might be listening to, I don't know, Gabba in their mind, and someone else is listening to jungle, someone else is listening to house, and it all looks a mess. So we try to get what kind of club tracks we'll have beforehand and say, this is the tempo you need to dance at. Otherwise, it's not much in the production sense. And post-production, I would work with the editor, producer, director, executive producers, writers, whoever basically wants to come on board and have their opinion about music. And we all discuss what's going to happen, what we can do for the budget, and go from there.
And in terms of picking it yourself, you talked about working with these people. Are you making playlists from the off or looking at blogs? How does it work?
But honestly, I've worked on projects where I've had zero creative input and I just do the legal financial aspects. And there's others where I've chosen every song in the TV show. For instance, there's like episodes of Skins where every song is me. There's episodes of Skins where there's no songs by me. And it would depend on who's cutting it, who the editor is, who's directing it, and their general opinions about music. So it really depends. And sometimes, you know, we might find the perfect song instantly. We might find the perfect song instantly, then we can't clear it, and we have to go through a million playlists and searches, speaking to labels, publishers, sync reps, everybody, to try to replace it. Yeah, it's like, honestly, it varies so much. Sometimes you might do it instantly. Sometimes it might be 3 months of intense stress. So you don't know.
And I know you mentioned when we were chatting before that one of your Skins licenses came about from somebody being literally in the right place at the right time.
Oh yeah, so that was an episode which featured the band Crystal Castles, and the scriptwriter, well, he initially wrote Bjork in there, but we couldn't get Bjork for the money that we had. And time was really running out until I just looked at the gig listings for Bristol, maybe the day of the show, and Crystal Castles happened to be playing, dropped them a message. They came and recorded in the afternoon, then did their gig in the evening. It all worked out really well, but they were there because they were already in the city. So
sometimes the stars just align.
It really does, yeah.
And Andrea, obviously you've got quite a unique position with your dual role. So if you could tell us a bit about your creative process again.
So on Made in Chelsea, I only get involved in the filming stage if there's a band or if they want an artist on screen. So I'll look into putting forward maybe 3 or 4 for the execs to consider. So, you know, we've had the likes of Lizzo, Holiday Sidewinder, all sorts of people that we've had on the show. We kind of have one band, potentially a series. Otherwise, I'm involved in the post-production. So they get about 2 weeks to put a show together. So I might get a heads up on, you know, because it's reality, we don't know what's really going to happen. So if there's been a breakup or someone, you know, if there's been a big moment, a big argument or whatever, I'll get the heads up on the fact that that's happened, and I can start thinking about potential music for that. But obviously, until I actually see the footage and kind of semi-audition it alongside a rough cut, then I won't know obviously what's going to work with it. So I get about a week to place the music on a show before it then goes to the channel. So it'll have been seen, the show will be put together, it'll have been seen by the exec producers of the show, and then when I get it, I can just go through, soundtrack it as best as I can, then they can watch it, and if they don't like something, then it gets changed and then it goes to the channel, and then obviously if something doesn't resonate with them, then it changes. So yeah, all in all, I get about, at the beginning I get a lot longer than towards the end when you're scrabbling around trying to find stuff, as these guys can probably attest to. Sometimes you're changing stuff on the day of the dub, which is never good, but sometimes you have to if you're in love with a track and really want to try and keep it until the last minute. But yeah, so I generally get a week to place, but I'm forever collating playlists. So I'm I won't be soundtracking the first show for probably 2 weeks, but I've been sort of collating my playlist for this series that's coming up for about 3 months now. So yeah, it's a very sort of, I get quite a bit of time to do it from the beginning.
You're obviously working with the blanket.
We work with the blanket, but also we do direct licensing too, because obviously not everything, we can't get everything under the blanket license. And it was kind of a decision to put the energy into doing that, because obviously we'll have a better soundtrack and than if we were just restricted to the blanket license. I've worked on loads of shows in the past, more sort of entertainment shows where it has to be blanket license. You know, you hope and pray, you give it to the production coordinators on the show for them to go through the list to check what's blanket and what's not, and you normally get back about a quarter could be blanket, but yeah, unless we put a lot of work into clearing stuff.
I can definitely say from the right side holder side, that is something we appreciate, because, you know, sometimes we'll have you or Angela reach out to us and say, oh, hang on a minute, there's 25%, you know, it's not coming up. And, you know, that's where it's really important from our end, obviously, to have the contacts of everyone involved and be able to say to you, don't worry, we can put you to the right person to sign this off. And yeah, it's something that we're definitely very grateful you guys do. So over to Tom, who has a different perspective on things, because he's told us as a kind of in-between. So if you could tell us a bit about your process, how you start working with these people, when you start pitching, how you're looking at events coming up, that would be great.
Yeah, sure. I mean, we approach Sync more from a publicity basis. So we tend to work alongside a team of pluggers that, you know, we quite often go at the same time as the radio plugger, for example, and the press plugger and other, you know, club promotions and other areas of a new release. So we're very much a frontline promo business. And we're looking for sync that engages with the activity that's happening across that single. We're also very mindful of sport interests. So, you know, sport is very news-based a lot of the time. You look at this week, you know, Newcastle United will be very topical because they, you know, they've got new ownership and they've got you know, good results under their belt. And someone like Sam Fender, you know, is in a good position to pick up a load of activity and sync around that. And, you know, each of the artists we work with, we generally sort of break down into, you know, what is their sport interest, what are they into, and we build a pitch based on that, very much based on their sport interests and their, you know, their passion for doing things. And we're just working with people daily because it's changing all the time. You know, the news, you know, I mean, like Felix the House Cat we do quite well at the moment because of various cat stories in the sport media. You know, it changes, our pitches change all the time. We're talking to broadcasters about the weekend sport at the moment, and a lot of that, you know, a lot of the releases we're working on, we're sort of fine-tuning to meet those briefs or to be relevant for that football montage.
Obviously your company does offer a wider range of services as well. So what do you do for rights holders beyond the sync, as it were?
Well, we basically go anywhere we can in sport that has licensing, some sort of PRS licensing or a willingness to use music. So, you know, over the last 14 years, we really started as a bit of a club promo business working with match day DJs. And that's still a big area for us. You know, you're getting 1.5 million, 2 million people through sports stadiums each week. They use a huge amount of music. That's a big area for us. In fact, we've been on a big mission this year to celebrate matchday DJs with their audiences being back and really trying to highlight those people. But I mean, we link up the whole sport area. So it's going to a game, sport radio we do a lot with. You know, you've got some really big stations, Talk Sport, 5 Live, lots of regional shows where there's a lot of soundbed placement. We are seeing a big growth in playlists. So that's become a really important part of our business. You know, most sport organisers now are on streaming services or are becoming part of streaming. So someone like Formula One have an amazing music policy called F1 Tracks, which is a series of playlists that they build around their races. And that is really sort of setting the tone for the digital use of music and, you know, looking at different ways of audio. You know, we're a bit of an audience share business. You know, we help Formula One reach music, and we want to reach their audience for the music. And I think that, you know, that's another example of a new area, but, you know, every part of sport really we see as an opportunity.
Definitely, and we can talk a moment about the busy calendar coming up. It certainly feels like there will be a lot of opportunities this year, especially. If I could ask you, or going back into the Britishness of TV, what is it that you guys think makes British TV so special? And from that, what do you think the opportunities are that it offers to independent artists, whether that's at home or with its continued success around the world? If I could start with Alex on that.
Been dreading this question. Can I pass, please?
Yes, of course.
I'll riff on someone else.
Who would like to start us off? Angela?
I was exactly the same. I'm a bit stumped as to how to answer that. I mean, I think one thing, obviously, that I think, I don't know, I would say, I don't know. Sorry. I'll have to pass as well. That's rubbish. Sorry, Verity.
Yes, I will continue it and say I feel quite conflicted. Yeah, I can't really answer that, because I guess when people ask me honestly, I say what I really like about the present day is that there's less British TV. Mm-hmm. I might get in trouble for saying this, but you know, with Netflix and like French TV shows and South Korean TV shows can become some of the biggest shows in the world. I think that's fantastic, because for years it's just been this Anglo-American dominance, which can be quite dull and boring. So whilst that might not be great for someone who works in the British TV industry, it's great for like the global TV film industry.
And I don't think there's anything stopping any rights holders here, you know.
Exactly, and
pitching worldwide and not just limiting their reach.
Never just focus on just the UK. Think about all the different parts of the world. You know, I think Netflix even have on their website somewhere all the shows that they're making. They'll be like, here's a Brazilian murder drama, and here's a Mexican this, and this is happening in Japan. It's fantastic. It's really interesting. So for British music rights owners, that's better than ever before, because it's not just us.
In terms of opportunities, absolutely. And I think one thing we spoke about before was with the blanket usages, how now shows are being sold worldwide more regularly. That's something that's being thought about at the clearance stage.
Yeah, so more and more, you know, I certainly never work on any TV blanket shows, because they quite often, there's no need to hire a music supervisor, because it takes 2 seconds to clear, and if you want whatever song, you tend to be able to get it. Whereas when we have to think about all media worldwide and in perpetuity, how much money we have, what can go there, then you actually need to think about it. Who do you know? What deals can you do? How much can you spend on one part as opposed to another, and all those different things. That gives a definite advantage to the independent rights owners over the majors, who can obviously be quite expensive.
That's certainly something we see in terms of getting briefs in which specify no major copyrights, because they might be clearing, you know, a very music heavy show worldwide.
Yeah, I like that Big Boy show that I'm discussing. I guess I'm not sure how much I can say, but I did at the pre-production stage have to tell them to take out some very famous songs. You know, people just singing like, and then they sing Lady Gaga, and you're like, no, no, this will cost you £20,000 just for a joke, and they're like, okay, wow, we can't do that.
Yes,
so. I think on a sport level, British TV coverage is, from what I've seen of other coverage around the world, is very good for independent artists. You know, I mean, you look at BT Sport, they pioneer a music policy that's very much about new music, and they're always publicizing a new track, often by an artist that's not even signed. So, you know, I think if you look at what's happened in the sport TV world over the period that we've been in business, when we started, there was probably 20 music channels, and now that's swapped around to 20 sport channels, and a lot of those channels really do present a good opportunity to have your music heard on. And I think a lot of the music policies are different. So BT Sport are very different to Sky Sports, and they, you know, those two have very good music policies and are very big on pushing music. You know, but the BBC, you know, look at shows like Match the Day and Match the Day X that they run now on BBC Three. That, you know, there is, you know, their output is you know, world beating, I think, in my opinion, of what I've seen of other channels around the world. I think they really do lead with the power of the Premier League and some of the big sport brands we have in this country. I think it's a really big opportunity.
I think BT Sport was a really good example you gave there as well, because as well as blanket licenses, they do a lot of bespoke commissions. You know, they're quite, as you say, renowned for looking at independent music. So for any rights holders watching who aren't in touch with them already, I would definitely start hitting those guys up and see what you can get. Which brings us on nicely to, when you are hitting these people up, what makes a dream pitch? So Alex, Andrea, when you're supervising a show, you open your inbox in the morning and you've got an email from a rights holder. In your ideal world, what does that contain and what thoughts gone into it first? If I could start with Andrea here.
I mean, I think it's quite simply, because I'm just working on the one show at the moment. It's just if someone has just an understanding, even a slight understanding of the kind of music that we use on Chelsea, that's great. If someone treats me like a complete technophobe, which I kind of am, and sends me a link that won't disappear after a month, because a lot of the time I do I always put a little, you know, the little ticks on your phone to go back to something. If I don't listen to it automatically, I will try and go back to those emails. And if I go back to those emails, sometimes they're gone. Like if someone sends me a WeTransfer link, I'm just like, oh no, you know, if I'm out and about, I can't download it, and I could potentially forget to download it for a couple of weeks. But I guess for me, it's understanding the show. If they've written to me, a link that won't disappear, and you know, for me to pass on to the guys that do the clearance for me, someone who says, we know, you know, get in contact with these people, they're the people that own the other splits, and that's obviously amazing. But apart from that, I mean, to be honest, I kind of see what I'm doing ever so slightly, kind of like playlisting too. So if anyone, you know, if you can kind of coax me into listening to what you've sent me by, you know, kind of doing what a plugger would do and saying this person really likes this, etc., etc. You know, if someone said something good about your track, then that's always, you know, that will always kind of entice me, because I get sent a lot of stuff. So I'll be like, oh, okay, you know, if Six Music are listening to it, then maybe I should give this a chance as well. But just kind of make it all simple, and don't write a long massive pitch either, because like ain't no one got time to read that.
Is there some information, like, is it important to you to be using current music, release dates and anything else?
If you've got release date, but I don't, to be honest, I like to think I'm really clever and using stuff that hasn't been released yet or is just released. But if it's been released in the last 6 months and I've not noticed it, and it's something that's absolutely perfect for something that help, you know, the most important thing in doing our job, obviously, is to help the storytelling of what you're seeing. So if something is like just smacks you around the face, you're like, oh my god, that is amazing, that will really help that scene, then if it's 6 months old, that's absolutely fine, you know. But I do like to try to use stuff that's as new as possible, though.
It's interesting what you're saying about, you know, knowing it's got the attention of Six Music or something, because I know conversely we recently used a track that you placed on Made in Chelsea's Christmas episode. One thing we all love about Made in Chelsea is that it tells us what's going to be on the show, sometimes quite far in advance, which is always really helpful for us. And in this occasion, we were able to use it in our pitches to DSPs for the tracks. So our digital team were able to jump on that and go, you know, hey, Made in Chelsea like it, and I think it helped vice versa. So thank you.
That's quite all right. Here to serve.
And Alex, what about you? Because I know obviously with your projects and lead times and NDAs, you're not always able to brief out.
Yeah, I guess Firstly, the thing I'll always say is to not be offended if I don't get back to you, because in all honesty, I won't. I remember back in 2012, I did my first AIM Sync panel, and the day before I downloaded all the music I got sent in that 24 hours, and it was like 30 plus hours of music. It's genuinely impossible. I don't want to know how much it's grown in those 10 years. I really should like try again and see how much I get sent. So firstly, I cannot get back to everyone, and I will not. So what I do really like, as Andrea said, is like links which don't disappear. So I noticed yesterday in trying to research some music through some emails that one of the major record labels deletes all of its music after a few months. I'm not saying which one. 2 of them don't and 1 of them do. So that was a shock. I can't, the fact it should be up there forever. A lot of really good sync reps they have, you know, the standard disco stuff with WAVs and MP3s and instrumentals available. In the metadata, emails, phone numbers, tags, you know, female folk, female vocal, folky, guitar, etc., rise at 2 minutes 40. So you can go through it, because maybe not me, that's probably more applicable for people in advertising who are really up against it time-wise. But if you can just flip through a track and you know where the big build is, and you know where the chorus is, it really helps you. So firstly, just knowing that the sheer amount of music is out there is overwhelming. And secondly, unlike Andrea, I don't know what I'm going to be working on at any one time. So for instance, I went to Paris to speak on a panel in 2014, and people were like, do you ever use French music? I was like, no, never used any French language music. 6 months later, I started working on the BBC drama called The Missing, which was set in France. So I then dropped an email to all of those people I met in Paris. Oh, guess what? I finally need some French music. And I licensed lots of music off those people I met. You know, I don't know what's coming up. I don't know what I'm going to be doing this summer. I don't know what I'm going to be doing in 2025. You know, you might send me music today, and I might listen to it in 2025, and it might be perfect for my project. And if it's fair and it's tagged properly, and I can go into my emails and search what I'm looking for, then fantastic.
And I can definitely echo that about, you know, not getting disheartened if you don't hear from people, because I've had replies from mail outs I've done 3 years ago, suddenly picking up a track, and, you know, it does happen as long as the information's there. Yeah, thank you, Alex. It was great to hear from you. And if anyone watching isn't familiar with Disco, it's a platform built by supervisors for supervisors, and the lovely Claire from it will be doing a panel on here later this afternoon. So if you want the download on that, I would definitely tune in, because it seems to be one people are very keen on, and it shows the waveform of the track as well. So as Alex was saying, it makes it a bit easier to skip to those rises and for those time pressed people. So that's great knowing what you like to receive. Tom, the other way around, what would you always include in a pitch? What are your kind of top tips for somebody pitching for sports or otherwise? And then if they are lucky enough to land one, what should they do to maximize that opportunity?
Yeah, I think, you know, firstly, it's about making yourself relevant to sport, you know, which is, I know I mentioned it earlier on, and it's quite an obvious thing, but you know, to expect to get synchronization on sport without any sport interest, or, you know, without any sort of work, so, you know, on your social media, or you know, just generally being engaged in the things that you want to be synced on, I think is so important. So if you were really keen to be used on Formula One, you should be watching Drive to Survive on Netflix and talking about it. You know, if you're really keen on Premier League football coverage, start to talk about it. You know, play FPL, the fantasy football game, and be part of that huge community of people online that talk about football all the time. You know, start to have that as part of your narrative on your social media. Find a way that's going to, you know, to include some sort of sport conversation that is going to give you, or us if you're taking us on, or whoever is plugging you, an extra paragraph that we can go after and say, you know, this artist is a West Ham fan and this is an opportunity. And so I think, you know, having a good story and being engaged in sport is very important. The second part, and I think we've just mentioned blankets a couple of times, is paperwork. The amount of times we start on a record and no one's done, you know, the writer hasn't registered their share of the PRS, or the label's not on the PPL, or, you know, to have your work ready to go straight away. Quite often we work with artists and we can't actually get to the sync area for 3 or 4 weeks. So we'll just start everything else and we'll do all the other areas we can. And then we're just waiting. We're sort of on hold, waiting for that paperwork to be done. And I think quite often that's overlooked because people on music radio side can seem to be able to play anything they want. And they don't seem to understand that, you know, BBC or whoever it is are going to turn around and go, no, it doesn't meet our blanket, or and that's very frustrating. So I think those are the two sort of main things that I think really help a pitch. You know, one is technical, one is passion. Music and sport are very similar, you know, passion, adrenaline filled industries. They're sort of intrinsically linked. And I think if you can really have a passion for the sport and have your paperwork ready, then, you know, you can really get after stuff.
We touched on as well the upcoming year. How would you look at your calendar and sort of plan your activity? When would you start to talk to people about what's coming up?
Well, I mean, usually it would be quite far in advance. Obviously, the world we're in at the moment, with a little bit more short term in terms of looking at things. We've got a sport calendar on our website, which is worth looking at, that we make every year, which highlights all the main events that we're targeting this year, or, you know, you should be looking towards. In terms of activity, we're always looking at least 2-3 months ahead, 6 if we can. You know, we're already looking at July promotions at the moment because it's a very busy time for us. We know that Wimbledon will be on. We know that, you know, there's a women's Euros football tournament that's going to be very big. So, you know, we're already looking at the summer, and it won't be long before we look at the autumn when the Rugby World Cup is here and the World Cup is coming and various other sport in the autumn. So as early as you can, and I think as we return to a more normal flow in sport, you can start to have that sort of 6 month. Really, you should be looking at your release schedule and thinking, what are we going to do in 6 months' time? We haven't had the benefit of that recently, so it's been much more like, will the Winter Olympics go ahead? Great, let's try and do something. You know, will this set of fixtures happen? And it's been quite short term, but yeah, I think, you know, if you're looking at releasing something in the summer, you know, the sport calendar is changing all the time. There's always a new set of opportunities. Think ahead. You know, if you've got a release out in July, now's the time to get into tennis, basically. You know, if you've got something out beginning of August, that's the start of the new football season. That's the time to be mindful of that.
And if you have any Chinese surf music, I did see somebody scrambling around for that this week. So there are also last minute opportunities as and when. Just having all your T's crossed and I's dotted, as you say. We've got a couple more questions here, and then we're going to be looking in the Slido app for yours. So feel free to add any now, and we'll get to those at the end. Obviously, most of us attend these things because we want to be pitching. So if I could hand back to our music supervisors to tell us a little bit more about their current projects, music needs, and what, if anything, we can send them today. And beyond that, any crystal ball predictions from everyone for 2022, trends, themes that are never going away, things you can't get enough of. Alex, would you like to
go? So Big Boys, the Channel 4 show, is set in 2010. So a lot of them are just like the big signifiers of classic tracks from 2010. So when it comes to, well, the big indies will have stuff, and I am licensing stuff for some of the big indies. But the smaller stuff, no, the whole idea is like, yes, you hear that song, it instantly takes you back to that time. So not really in regards to that. The documentary is, well, it's just clear in music, which is already in there. I'm not doing any creative on that. The film, without giving too much away, any artist from the Iranian diaspora would be useful. And especially in the world of bespoke music, because, you know, we're talking about maybe some bespoke music being done. a lot of more interesting artists from the Iranian diaspora, whether it's like Sevdaliza or someone like that. In the last 10 years, maybe not mainstream, and they need to be a bit poppy. So again, talking to the Association of Independent Musicians, I'm not sure how much that would work. But yeah, I'd say I genuinely never know. I might have an email right now for something which would be perfect for someone. It just is for the life of a freelancer, you really can't predict what's going to be. So yeah.
And you're happy to receive people's mail outs and kind of file them away for as and when?
Yeah, file them away as and when, yeah. And it's great. I really like having them, and they just go, and I don't read most of them just because I don't have the time to do it. But once they're there, and I know it could be something useful, whether it's tomorrow or 2024, perfect.
Andrea, you mentioned the upcoming series. What can you tell us?
So obviously, yes, there's another series. I think it's probably quite different, Alex. I kind of know what I'm going to be doing for the next 6 months, hopefully longer, who knows. So yeah, it's just more of the same, please. Good new indie alternative music, hip hop, anything, those kind of things. It's kind of easy to know this kind of stuff that works on the show if you look at our Spotify playlist, which E4 put up. Have a little look at that. So yes, it will be more of Made in Chelsea, please. And I'll be starting to place music probably in the next couple of weeks. I think I'm getting the first kind of cut of episode 1 post the exec seeing it probably next week. So yeah, then my little roller coaster of weekly placing episodes will begin. So yes, stuff in fairly soon.
And how long are we going? How many episodes in this season? Do you know?
I'm not entirely sure. It'll probably be the usual. It's normally about 11 episodes, and it's about 15 tracks. I think 10, 15 tracks an episode. It's quite a lot of music that we kind of go through. Yes.
Plenty of opportunities out there. Thank you.
Yes.
Then Tom, what trends are you seeing coming up? What would you like more of?
I think because we're so calendar led, to be honest with you, really the way we approach things is very much about the big sport tournaments, and I've probably just mentioned a few of those. I think the sort of general ongoing obsession with football is going to continue, and I think we're going to see more and more football content being produced across a number of different broadcasters. I think looking at people like Amazon picking up football content now, and I think we'll probably see more of that. I think we'll probably see more and more different players coming into the sport broadcast market that may present new opportunities. But
the lyrical themes.
Pardon?
Lyrical themes. There must be stuff that always gets you excited when you hear it.
Well, I mean, I think from our perspective, I don't think you can beat. We always think more instrumentally a lot of the time, and how it is good to have a good lyric, but we actually really center most of our think around what's a good composition for a sound bed to start with, because actually most of the sync we land will use some vocal, but a lot of it will be instrumentally led. And so what we love is like TV versions and long extended instrumental versions. I think in genre wise, it's wide open in sport. Pretty much everyone's got a look in. So I can't really see there being a particular trend that's going to dominate. It used to be very indie led, but now pretty much everyone's got a shot.
Which is very refreshing, I think, for all of us. And I say that as an indie kid.
Yeah.
So looking at those shows, what would you say some of your favourite placements have been you've done to date? Whether it's with independent artists or otherwise. Andrea, would you like to start?
I guess apart from probably the obvious M83 Midnight City, there was a guy, got a cut a very long story short as I can. There was a guy, I did a BBC music introducing panel about, I don't know, about 3 years ago, I'd say. And they loads of people put forward tracks, and I had to kind of pick 10 that we could talk about, or yeah, no, it was 5 or 10 that we could talk about. And in amongst them was this one track by, it was an early version by this guy called Patrick McElhenney. And when I heard it, I was a bit like, oh God, this is just amazing, because I'm always looking for something that's got that kind of heartbreak feel. You know, there's, you know, sorry to sound, I sound like I'm reveling in the fact that there's always a good old there's some awesome good old heartbreak on a reality show. But it's this track called Everything Changes With You. And when I heard it there, I said to him that really punched me in the gut when I heard it. I was like, wow, that's quite a powerful track. And I said to him at the time, this is the sort of track I'd love to use when, you know, when you've worked it, you know, when you've worked it up, when you've mixed, I think it was unmixed, when you've mixed it. And he got back in touch about, I'd say probably about 9 months later, when he'd actually gone in and mixed it and recorded it properly. And again, it was just amazing. And I placed it on quite a sort of big moment on that series. And not only, you know, it's when it, you know, obviously when you like it and you feel like, oh, I'm very smug, I love that track, it's works really well there. It's when it resonates with the audience, as well as obviously with the channel when they see it, and with your execs, is when the audience also then you know, actually tweeting you, asking you who what's that track, it's amazing. You know, that's when you that amongst many other sort of moments for it. And the fact that the reason I like that was because he was like unpublished, unsigned at the time, so it was quite nice to be on that little bit of a journey with him to get it on the TV. But yes, I guess that's one example.
That's great. I'm sure you're one of his favorite people as well. Alex, what about for you?
Back on Skins, there was a song called Heavy Water by an artist called Grouper, which we used in series 3. And I loved that song before the show, and it happened to work really perfectly for a scene. And it's weird thinking back to Skins and still sort of processing just how big it was at the time. It was so strange to be, I didn't really take it in. And like, people wrote books about that episode and his relationship between 2 female characters, and that song was the culmination of the episode. And there's even like people wrote chapters about it. It's really crazy that a quite small song at the time, which I really loved, then was thrust into this like unusual limelight. I always think that's great. I'm not sure how she maybe felt a bit uncomfortable with it. I don't think she anticipated everything that was coming. I remember speaking to her about it afterwards, but yeah, it was quite something. Yesterday morning, I was listening to a radio, and the Seafeel remix of Cherry Coloured Funk by Cocteau Twins was on. And I remembered I'd placed that in a BBC show called Murdered by My Father, which I was like, wow, I can't believe I got that song in there. There's sometimes, I still know great things about my job, and I sometimes forget about it amidst all the stress and the arguments and panic and whatnot. But it's like, wow, you can like really highlight sometimes fantastic songs that millions and millions of people are going to hear. So it's really cool. I need to tell myself that more.
Yeah, it's, you know, it's nice. Even I've been doing this for 15 plus years, and you see something that you've done on TV and you've placed, and the buzz is amazing. So I can only imagine what it's like then for the band seeing it in the same way. What about you, Tom? Any placements that stick out for you?
Well, I think in terms of sort of like a benchmark moment for us, working with Commie at Sky Sports, who's now at Q Songs, who put together the Sky Sports promo for the Temper Trap, Sweet Disposition. I mean, he was responsible for sort of setting, you know, a watershed moment really, in terms of a piece of music that that really broke that band. And I think, you know, that we sort of took that mantra into sync from then, and you know, it's something that we've sort of been inspired by. And you know, we love to find a piece of music that fits a major moment. Like someone like the Sherlocks had a great closer at the Euros last year. That, you know, they're on an independent label now, they're doing their own thing, they got the quarter-final closer for England, you know, with a huge, you know, 10 million plus audience watching it. We had a band called Regent who had a Six Nations sync this weekend. There's just some guys from Southampton that have just put their first record out. Those kind of moments, I think, are always the thing that really give us a buzz. We're kind of like, hey, you know, that's really given them a lift up. They've got somewhere to go next. We've got them on their journey. But I think, you know, probably the most important band of the last few years for us has been Jungle. We've done a lot of work with Jungle, who have absolutely taken Formula One to their heart, and as a result have helped us create this story for them that in turn has produced a lot of sync for them and a lot of activity beyond that. They were the official artists for the car launch with Formula One last summer. They've done some crazy things like DJing in the pit lane in front of the drivers, and you know, we've had some real fun with them. And I think I'd say that they're a band that we've really enjoyed working with.
No, that's great. And one last question from me. I've seen some questions coming through in Slido, a majority being asking for everyone's contact details, which I believe AIM are going to share after the event with you all. So you'll be able to speak to people directly. But one last one from me for the panelists. Dream show, if you could music supervise, dead or alive, what would you pick? Andrea, can I start with you?
Okay, so I was thinking about this. There's so many shows obviously that I admire that I'm like, oh, obviously I wouldn't want to touch that. I am actually going to say, of all the shows I could say, I'm embarrassed to actually say this, but I'm going to say it anyway. Neighbours, even though it's about to die.
Oh, right.
Honestly, I'm obsessed by it, and I love the pathos, the bathos. They've really, over the past sort of year and a half, pushed the music soundtrack. I would love to help them push it even more. So that's for me. Save Neighbours.
And you get your heartbreak scenes in as well.
Exactly. Pathos and bathos, it's all in there. And the drama, it's all in there.
What about you, Alex?
I think I've always wanted to do like a heartwarming northern comedy, a sort of like Billy Elliot, Full Monty thing. I don't think people make them anymore, do they? But that's what I thought as, that's what I feel I'd love to do. But I think the North doesn't have any nice people left in it, so.
And that's for another panel.
Yeah, so I think something like that would be amazing, but I think they stopped doing them in the 90s. I'm not, but yeah, that's my point.
Maybe Corrie or something. You know, I know from our end, we often get so much happiness from artists getting something on EastEnders as when we get them a 20k sync, because, you know, their mum knows what they do then. It's always very satisfying. Tom, what about you?
I'd like to bring back a program called Grandstand that used to be on the BBC on a Saturday. It was basically a whole day of sport, because the BBC had all the sport on, you know, on the telly on a Saturday. But I'd make it music based. You know, I'd do like Grandstand meets MTV, so like chopping it up with loads of videos, you know, music beds for the horse racing, goal montages with, you know, soundtrack by new releases. I'd make the whole thing music and sport based, almost like a soundtrack that's on in the background as well for your Saturday. So it's like a mixture of new videos, you know, artist interviews, live sport coverage. I'd basically get rid of the whole pundit world and replace it with music. I think fans would appreciate it. They don't necessarily, I don't think everyone wants to listen to people endlessly analyzing things. I think it could actually bring about a much more positive sport experience for people to just sit there and be inspired by music and by musicians alongside the sport action.
One question we have had through on Slido was asking about any opportunities for live performers or DJs in the sports world. Is that something you touch on?
Yeah, I mean, actually, you're seeing quite a big increase in activity, particularly regionally at the moment. Lots of football clubs are now having a fan area or a DJ before a match. Like Man City have one before every Champions League game, or Aston Villa have got a big fan area out the front. So there's lots and lots of opportunities coming for events, football, Formula One, rugby league have a fair few opportunities. That's something that's really increasing as the sort of match day experience of events becomes more and more advanced.
That's great. Thank you all for your time today. A few more people asking on Slido about disco, so make sure you tune into Claire's chat this afternoon, check the schedule for that. And thank you again for everyone for your insights. Much appreciated. Enjoy
Thank
the
you.
rest of your AIM.
Hello everybody, My name is Mac and I'm the Commercial Director of Museo. For those of you that don't know the business, in 2018, Museo was launched in Singapore by my CEO Hazel Savage and my CTO Aaron Petterson. Having spent over 15 years in the music industry working for the likes of HMV, Universal and Pandora, Hazel recognised that there were a number of problems that needed addressing in the industry that she believed could be solved using artificial intelligence and machine learning. Flash forward to today, and Museo has nearly 70 customers in 11 countries, and our technology processes millions of audio files every single day. We have a range of different products and services we offer, but today I'm here to speak to you about our bread and butter, which is music tagging. Back in 2018, when Museo was launched, Hazel came to Aaron with a problem, and it's one she had at a previous job. We'd worked together, the marketing team, for a music creation platform, and it was one person's job to listen through the mountains of music each week that had been created and to find and publish the best parts for our newsletter. The curator would spend all day, every single day, listening to thousands of pieces of music. Some weeks he'd have a decent playlist, other weeks it would be mediocre, and sometimes he wouldn't even have a single playlist to show for all of his hard work. So Hazel's question to Aaron was, would it be possible for a machine to do that first listen and separate all the good quality music from the poor quality stuff? The answer they found out was yes, it could, but actually it could hear a lot more. So here's how it works. We take audio files and we turn them into a series of mathematical visualizations or spectrograms. We run those spectrograms through our neural networks and do a comparative analysis between that particular spectrogram and everything that we've taught our AI in the past. Once the AI has compared them, it is able to make predictions based on everything we've taught it so far. So here are the tags. The AI is able to recognize between 8 different content types, whether it's spoken word, a sound effect, a sting or a stem, or even a piece of music. It's saying that this one we've dropped in here is a piece of music, and I'm sure Hans Zimmer will be over the moon to find that out. But from a genre perspective, it says that the track is electronic and ambient. You'll notice the percentage accuracy scores here. The percentage accuracy isn't a genetic makeup, but it's the predicted probability that our AI believes in that tag. We have an energy spectrum. This track sits in the low range, and the energy is considered to have a small variance, meaning it doesn't change too much throughout the lifetime of the track. We have moods, and this track is considered to be sad and neutral. From an emotional perspective, the track is also neutral. Then if we look at the sentence here, everything in bold is a tag. So this is an instrumental track. If it had a vocal, we'd also be able to tell you if it was male or female. The track is of very high quality. This is in reference to the audio recording quality. The song is in A minor with a tempo of 63 beats per minute. And the use case or context, think of this almost as a playlist that this track could sit inside, is cinematic. No surprises there. When we show this demo to our clients, most of which are catalog owners, more often than not, they understand the problem that this solves for them. For most catalogs, manual tagging has always been a tough job. Depending on an intern to do it is normal, but when we consider the financial ramifications of tracks or even a full catalog that is tagged incorrectly, that's actually pretty scary from a business perspective. But I'm sure you already understand that metadata is extremely important. And as we head towards a screenless future, using voice commands to play chilled instrumental jazz music, this is going to become even more important for labels to ensure their artists have the best opportunity of being found. And for sync, which is one of, if not the most popular category of customer at Museo, the use cases continue to grow and grow. For Epidemic Sound, they use Museo's tagging to add deep metadata to their already quite impressive foundation of production music related tags. While YouTubers and content creators might know the types of music they're looking for, if they aren't fully versed in production music lingo, they can use commercial music tags to find the music for their videos. For Hypnosis, they use our search tool to respond to sync briefs. For catalogs like theirs that continue to grow, how do they know that they're finding the best matches for reference tracks that they've been sent? The answer is to use AI to scan every single track and find similar audio matches in seconds. Now, I'm aware that this has been quite a product focused session, and I hope up until this point you can see and understand how Museo's technology can save customers time and money. But what I really wanted to talk to you about today is about how you can use the metadata in more creative ways, specifically looking at sync use cases beyond improving catalog metadata and the search experience. Let's take a look at the recent Leonardo DiCaprio film on Netflix to illustrate the point. If you haven't seen it yet, the film is called Don't Look Up. And without mentioning any spoilers, the film is about a group of scientists that realise that there is a comet headed for Earth and it's going to be a direct hit. While it seems like a typical disaster movie, the all-star cast performances and their reactions to the comet make this a crazy black comedy, which has some sort of 21st century Doctor Strangelove vibe to it. But how do you go about selecting music for a funny apocalypse movie? Director Adam McKay says, you don't shoot it like it's a comedy. You shoot it like it's a film and it's very real, and that makes it funnier. With our tagging technology, we can find out if this is actually the case. By tagging all of the music in Don't Look Up, as well as a selection of the best doomsday comedies and dramas, then comparing them based on a number of different factors, we can see how closely Adam McKay has tried to follow the elements of a drama rather than comedy productions. If we look at genres, we can see that comedies have a tendency to have more of a genre mix, where McKay has used the often more serious genres of electronic, ambient, indie and classical, which make up 80% of the music. And here we have a more granular breakdown of some disaster movies you might recognise, including Armageddon and Deep Impact. It seems like the film's score composer Nicholas Britell wanted to add some texture and perhaps some light relief into the movie by adding some jazz music as part of the score. In terms of mood, nearly 60% of the movie is comprised of sad, dramatic or neutral tones. In fact, the movie has far more neutral sounding music than apocalypse dramas or comedies. Maybe this could be tied to the deadpan deliveries of the cast throughout. However you read or use the data, taking a macro view of soundtracks in a particular category can be an incredibly insightful insight and can be used to select the right music for the right job. Whether you want to follow the trend or to innovate is part of the creative process, and data reports like this can be a great way to kick things off and get everybody on the same page. Looking at the second example, we looked at the most viewed car ads in Malaysia to understand if there was any correlation and help automotive car companies targeting this country make data-driven music decisions in their next campaign. We found that music was 46% electronic, followed by rock, industrial and alternative rock. The moods were mostly powerful, followed by angry and exciting, with a medium to medium high energy. The emotion was never positive, and 90% of the time written in a minor key, and 90% of the tracks featured percussion. This is incredibly insightful for anybody looking to select music for this country in vertical, but thinking about the broader use case, this is when things get even more exciting. If marketers and agencies are looking to select music for their latest ad campaign, a report which helped them to understand the nuanced differences between countries could be an incredibly useful tool to select music which resonates with each country. While Malaysia might be powerful, energetic and negative sounding, you may find that South Korea prefers romantic and neutral sounds with a low energy. Using the most up-to-date data as a starting point to music selection could be a great tool for cross-business communication. The report becomes a way for you to set a shared language that everybody can communicate their point. I like this particular track, but we need more energy, or this is great, but do you have anything that's a little bit houseier, for example? The next example I'd like to show you showcases the work of Hans Zimmer from Batman Begins through to Dune. In the first graph we see here, Dune stands out for its large number of tracks categorized as drones by the AI, not as music. A drone, as you may know, is a non-rhythmical audio file primarily consisting of a sustained sound centered around a single predominant frequency. For Dune, unlike any other movie Zimmer has scored, we get drones used for half of the soundtrack. In the second graph, we see the genre makeup for Dune is quite similar to every other Hans Zimmer film that's been released. Given that the film has such a unique flavour, and for many who consider it to be one of Hans Zimmer's best pieces of work, this may well be attributed to the sparse drone sounds which perfectly reflect the constantly shifting emptiness of the desert planet of Arrakis. The final example I wanted to share with you today, which could point to a slightly alternative way to use the technology in the process of music selection, is to look at a way in which it could be used to help select music for each part of a production. Ricky Gervais's latest series, Afterlife, follows Tony, a local news reporter that has recently lost his wife to cancer. Gervais is known for spending quite a lot of production budget on music, and the Afterlife series, much like some of its predecessors, is really brought to life with tracks from the likes of Bill Withers, Elton John and David Bowie. In the following visual, we take a look at the music used throughout one of the episodes of the first series and combine that with information about what's going on screen. This combination helps us to understand why certain choices have been made, the music being central to the narrative arc of the episode. As well as being a great way for anyone to visualize how the music changes throughout an episode, this could also be the basis for a piece of tech which could enable users to drop in their episode with temporary tracks, enter their budget and automatically switch out tracks of the same BPM, mood, energy and genre that fit inside that budget. For now though, using AI generated data as a source of truth and a way to have a macro view of any given landscape seems like the logical next step in using AI as an assistive technology in the production and music selection process. So as I said at the start, my name is Mac. You can contact me at mac@museo.com if you wanted to speak to us about any of the products or any of the use cases that we've spoke about today. I just wanted to give a quick thank you to AIM and all of the team there. They've done a fantastic job in pulling this together, so thank you very much. If you want to hang on, we've got a Q&A, which I'll be happy to go through any of the questions that you have today. Or if you did want to follow up with me later, then of course you can do so. Thank you very much for listening. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hi everybody. If you just watched the video, thanks very much for watching. As I mentioned, my name is Mac. I'm the commercial director at Museo. If you have any questions, do let me know. I've got the Slido app open, ready for questions. But if you don't have any questions, I'll just tell you maybe a little bit about the history of our company. And also I'll give you some ideas of some of the other sort of quite fun and nice use cases that we have at Museo. So Museo was founded in January of 2018, and it was founded by Hazel Savage and Aaron Peterson. Essentially, the business was created to try and solve a couple of different problems in the industry, using artificial intelligence and machine learning. And that's kind of what we've always had at the heart of what we do at Museo. We started with music tagging and music search. And we've gone on to create a number of different products, because the great thing about the technology is the technology essentially always kind of remains the same. The AI is able to listen to a lot of music at scale, and then make judgments on music that it's never seen before. But essentially, the beauty of artificial intelligence is always in the application of the technology. So when we're showing you music tagging, it's quite exciting to show what it can actually do by just hearing the actual audio file itself. And please, if you have the opportunity, please open museo.com. You can go to our tagging page, or our search page, and you can actually try demos for yourself. So you can drag in your own music, you can hear what tags come up, you can search using your music, which I'll talk to you a little bit about in a second. But essentially, we wanted to put live demos at the front of our website, because one of the big things about technology is it always sounds great in theory, but people always want to know, does it actually work? So our demos are representative of that. So please do test out the AI, try some curveballs, throw in some tracks you might think it might not be able to tag, and do let us know if you find any that it sort of struggles with. It's always interesting to hear when the AI is sort of like not quite got the genre or the mood, for example. But the tagging technology continues to grow. We've currently got a taxonomy which is able to tag 84 genres, 15 moods, an energy spectrum, BPM, key, all of the things that you saw in the video. But we continue to train the AI as well. So the great thing about it is the technology that you see today is the baseline, but we continue to build and grow upon that. So we're currently working on a extended vocal classifier. So we'll be able to tell you if there's auto-tune in a record, and almost like a scale. So does the record have a lot of auto-tune, or does it just have a little bit? And we'll also be able to tell you the capability of the singer as well. So can the vocalist actually sing? Are they able to stay on key and on pitch? And then what is their like sort of vocal range? Are they like your sort of Beyonce at one end, or are they like sort of quite a like sort of basic singer that just hits all the right notes? It's a very exciting piece of kit that can be applied in so many different ways. So we're also working on moods 2.0 and some keywords as well. So we've currently got 15 moods. We're looking to push that up to 35 moods or more soon, and add some keywords as well. So whether something is epic sounding or bright sounding. So the idea is to continually build this taxonomy outwards, and use the technology to be able to keep adding layers and layers and layers of metadata to music for it to be found in a lot of different ways. One of the products that I didn't manage to show you in the video today, because it wasn't necessarily our focus, but it's a really good use case for Sync, is the ability to search using audio files. And this is a piece of technology that Hypnosis use to respond to sync briefs. And we've got a couple of other clients as well that use this. There's Melody in Australia that have it live on their site. And also Blanco y Negro use this internally to respond to sync briefs. And essentially it solves quite a problem that kind of everyone faces in the industry. And the problem it solves is when you're a catalog owner and you're continually adding music all of the time to your catalog, how do you know that a reference track you've been sent, how do you know that you're always finding the best tracks in the catalog, especially when you're adding new catalogs or you're adding music on a continual basis? And the answer to this is with artificial intelligence. And essentially what the AI does is, so you have your catalog view and your search bar. And usually what you do is, if you're searching for a track, say similar to Uptown Funk, so you'd type funk, you'd type contemporary pop maybe, and then you'd maybe get the BPM and the key, and you'd try and find something that's quite close. But there's always that sort of feeling as somebody searching in a catalog that maybe you're not getting to the sort of stuff that maybe wasn't either tagged correctly in the first place, or might be just deep in the catalog. and you just almost like referring to playlists that you've created in the past. But if new music is being added all the time, what AI allows you to do is essentially drop a reference track into the search bar, and our AI scans the reference track and it turns it into a series of spectrograms. And then with those spectrograms, it actually does a comparative analysis against everything in the catalog. And it does almost like a spectrogram match. And it reorders all of the tracks in terms of audio similarity. So that you don't have to spend hours and hours trying to find similar music to respond to a brief. You can essentially get the results in about 8 seconds and then use the tags to filter the results. And once you got those filtered, you can send and share them. And the general feedback the general feedback that we get from our customers is the AI is able to almost pick up on the vibe. So that's a really important point, because what the AI isn't doing is using a bunch of keywords and matching keywords and finding those. Actually, it's finding all of the stuff in between the keywords that sometimes aren't necessarily really explainable by you or I, or certainly people searching in catalogs. So it might be the vocal quality of the artist. It might be the reverb effect on some of the percussion. It could just be like almost like the sparse nature of the music. So it picks up on all of these extra layers of information. It actually matches the spectrograms on up to 1,500 data points per track. So it's a really, really detailed search, especially when you think in comparison to about 20 metadata points you'd usually use and search upon. It gets very, very detailed. What we generally find is with this stuff is this technology really helps supervisors to really drill in, to be able to respond to briefs a lot faster, and generally like uncover songs that they might have just skipped by ordinarily. And it's full of surprises. So there is a search demo available on our website. So if you go to museo.com and you check out the search section, you can actually demo the Hypnosis catalog and also Blanco y Negro's catalog as well. So you can search on both catalogs, you can drop in your own track. So please do give it a try and let us know what you think. It's a really exciting piece of technology. And the final thing I wanted to speak to you guys about, sorry, I'll just check if there's any questions. So the final thing I wanted to speak to you about was a couple of our more recent products that we've created. This is essentially the ability, we've trained our AI to essentially be able to find hits in a catalog. So just as we would train a genre tag or a mood tag, essentially what we've done is we've trained the AI by success. So it's able now to be able to find what successful music sounds like. So we did a very basic test just to explain how we know we nailed it, and we created, we were able to make this happen. But essentially we had a random catalog of 10,000 tracks, and we hid 10 tracks in there that had over 1 billion views that the AI had never heard before. And we reordered the catalog in terms of hit potential, and 9 of those tracks appeared in the top 20 results. So we quickly realized that we've been able to train an AI to hear what success sounds like, even if we still don't know, and we still call it like the X factor. So that's incredibly exciting. And the final couple of things I wanted to talk to you about as well was the ability to find the best time codes for TikTok, and also for use for NFTs. So essentially, we've trained an AI to be able to find the best parts that have the most viral potential for social media sites like TikTok. And just like we've done with the rest of our training, essentially we find out what are the parts that have succeeded on the platform already. We use this as a data point to train the AI, and now it's able to find those exact time codes and markers. So if you did want to speak about any of this, do let me know. Again, my name is mac@musio.com. Thanks very much for your time. I hope to speak to you soon.
The song and artist reference, and you also see the status. Hello everybody, my name is Lionel Lodge and I'm the founder and CEO of Sync Lodge. Sync Lodge is the sync licensing project management system. It's not a marketplace, we're not an agency. We are a set of tools to manage all elements of sync licensing for copyright holders, music supervisors, visual production companies, advertising agencies, and musicians' unions. I want to thank AIM for inviting us in. It's a real pleasure to be here and to be able to give this demonstration and walkthrough. And I think all the team at AIM deserve a great round of applause for the conference so far and all the work they do year round. A wonderful organization. So let's go into the demonstration, and it goes through it a little fast because we had to condense down what's usually over an hour long down to about 20 minutes. And so I look forward to your questions in the end, and hopefully this demonstration will be available for you to download after the conference. If not, please get in touch with me and I can supply a copy of it. Okay, so here we go. And we'll begin with registration of a copyright holder. We start off by going to synclodge.com and clicking register. That takes us to the registration panel where we first select account type. We choose copyright owner, enter your email address, choose your password, and confirm your password. And then please read the terms and conditions. They're quite straightforward. And then we also have, for clarity of understanding, the commission notice. And this highlights key points in the terms and conditions, just for extra clarity. And if you agree, please accept and click register. And then you can log in. And first thing is putting your company name. If it's not registered with our system, you have to put new information in, and you have to include all your contact information, where the company's located. If you're a publisher, please enter your publishing information and make sure to include your sync contact information and choose your territory of sync authority. This is the territory that your office has sync authority for dealing with potential sync placements. Then you search in the database for your registered company name. This is the company name that is used to register your catalog with and is used to connect your Sync Lodge account to your catalog. And if you work with sub-publishers, you list them here by company name and the territory that they have sync authority for. And then you choose if you want your quote requests auto-forwarded to the sub-publisher based on territory of sync authority, or if you want to manually forward as each request comes in. And you can add as many sub-publishers as needed. If you are a copyright holder or administrator, it is basically the same data points that are needed to be put in. Same with the master rights owner, and same with the composer, but you are choosing the genres also that you work with. And once all that is complete and you click save, you are returned to your profile panel. First thing is to choose your position at the company and add your first and last names and your sync contact phone numbers. And then we have the message confirmation phrase, and this is to confirm that the emails are coming from Sync Lodge to avoid phishing. And you put in your unique phrase, and at any time you can edit it. This will come at the bottom of your emails. Then click save. And the last step is to verify your email. So we've sent you a code to your email address, and please copy and paste that in there and click confirm. And then we will verify your information, and once it is verified, we will authorize your account. We may reach out to you while verifying just to confirm certain information points. Let's look at an account that's already authorized and set up and running. Here you see the main dashboard information, but let's start over in the settings. That's where you can see your profile and you can see your company information as registered, and if needed, this is where you can update any information. And then we have accounts where you can change your password or delete your account. Now, if for some crazy reason you want to delete your account, be warned that you will be deleting all the files and records inside your account. So before doing that, make sure that you export a copy of everything that you need. And then we have music services. This is still in development. We will be adding associated music services very soon. And then we can go into notifications. These are all the notifications that the system will send you for activities through Sync Lodge, and you can decide which ones you want to receive as a dashboard notification or as a dashboard notification and an email. So when it's over in blue, that's including email. Go into permissions, and there you see the team for this company. and the permissions that can be set. One person or more is set as the administrator, and they can determine the permissions for each company team member. But let's go into the dashboard, and we'll come back to that in a second. So here you have your notifications. There is one for company user. This is somebody that is saying that they are part of your company team. As the administrator, you get oversight over anybody claiming to be working for your company and having an account with SyncLodge. If this claim of being part of your company team is incorrect, you can notify the SyncLodge admin and we will lock the account and investigate what's going on. But if it is correct, you can go to user permissions, and there you see the person's name and you see that all the permissions are turned off. You can authorize their account as an administrator of a company, and then you can choose which permissions you want to assign this team member: to receive quote requests, to confirm ownership, manage the catalog, view files, and manage files. And you can see more information over the different fields above. Let's go back to the dashboard, and a quick note that some of the dashboard notifications you have to manually delete. This is for management overview and control. But before we go into the other notifications, let's look at some of the menu tools. First, we have files where you can store any sync-related documents. We have contacts. This works just like a normal contact database where it's personally private for you. You can add singular new contacts or bulk import. And there you choose the type of file, you choose the file, you choose all to bulk import. And then you can click on the contact and update their information or invite them to connect via SyncLodge. As long as you have their email address, you can invite them. And then it sends them an email saying that you would like to connect with them over SyncLodge. And then we also have quote requests, and this is where all the quote requests you will receive are stored for current and future management, where you see the song and artist reference, and you also see the status and who on your team it is assigned to. You can open it up, and you can see all the information that is stored inside the quote request, but we will come back to the quote request in a moment in detail. First, let's go back to the dashboard. The first trigger that happens when a copyright is being considered for replacement is a confirmation of ownership notification, where you are asked to confirm sync licensing authority over this recording or song. And there you can see if our system has information on the copyright ownership split. It states the artist name and the song name. And if the split is not correct, you can change it here, or if it's not included, you can input it. You can deny ownership authority, and we ask that you give the music supervisor information as to why. You can forward it to a sync administrator and choose from your list of sub-publishers. Or you can confirm authority, and when you confirm, if you have changed or updated the percentage amount, this will automatically be forwarded to the music supervisor. And then if you have more than one person on your team, you can assign it to somebody on your team to deal with. And then you can view the quote request. And in the quote request, you can see in the top panel who it's from and information about what it's regarding. The ownership is confirmed, and you can see who has sent it to you. Here's the project and spot information. It gives you overall information on the spot and the project. And if added there, you can view a brief. You can also view the copyright ownership. This will list all the copyrights that the music supervisor has listed and their percentages. And every document has an internal messaging system. You can add a new comment, and this goes directly to the other side. And they will receive a notification that you've sent a new comment. And this is permanently wired into the document for future reference. There's also an exclusivity details, just a bit of a heads up. And then there's the reply deadline and the conclude deadline, and then all the information regarding the initial rights, your split of the fee, and the details of the rights. You can view them at any time. It also lists the optional license rights, if there are, and you can view all the details on that. You can reject the quote request. You can also send or export it as a PDF. You can choose to, and obviously you can download this at any time and save it on file. We are going to accept the quote request, and once again the system asks you to confirm sync licensing authority on this track. Then it opens up the panel, which is automatically default to send you a copy of the cue sheet when the project is finished, and you can choose which payment method you want: postal check, other, bank transfer, and there is previously added bank account details which you can opt in to use each time, and accept the quote request. And there you see it in your quote request list that is accepted, and you can open it at any time to view details. You can add a new comment at any time as well. And then let's look at the messaging system. It works just like an internal email system. And also you can have it project referenced and sort through it in search. And composing has the extra feature where you can do a project communication and choose the project you are talking about, and then it will give you a list of all the people you're connected to that are on that project team and group any communications to that project. You can also do a personal message. And let's have a look at the catalog panel. This is where the SyncLodge system accesses and displays your catalog information as it is registered in other databases. And with this example, my record label, Immune Recordings, there's also another one in Chicago called Immune Recordings, and I see their tracks are included. So we've included an exclude track option. And if you find music that is not yours, the best thing to do is exclude it from your catalog list, and then you can toggle to see what you've excluded just in case you've made a mistake. And you can see all the details of this release to confirm that it is not part of your catalog. Also works with works or publishing. Okay, let's go over to the other side and see how it works on the music supervisor side. Here we have their general dashboard, but let's look at some of their tools. First of all, there's projects, where they can add all the information of the projects. All cue sheets are automatically built in the background. They can be exported. Same with the payment ledger, automatically built in the background. They have panels for adding initial and optional license rights. And then there are their queues or their spots, depending on the type of project. And it lists how many songs have been shortlisted, how many songs have been placed, and a bit of guide along the top. And then there's the list of all their queues. And it gives information as they put it in for each queue. And if we open one up, we will see the list of songs that they have listed as possibilities for usage. Some have been shortlisted, some are not. And they can listen to the file, they can open it up, and they can see who the copyright holders are. And let's go back and go to the next project tab, which is project team. In the project team, they can allocate permissions. It's quite a detailed permission system, including to receive notification before a license expires, and also receive a notification on optional license execution dates. And it's totally variable for whichever permissions you think the team member needs. And there's project files. These are files and documents that are directly related to a project. And they can view them and see what type of files they have and add from their main file storage or from their hard drive. And there they can see how much space is allocated for them. Then let's go back to the queue panel and see how the music supervisor can add or search for music. So if we open up a queue, they can first of all just add a song just by putting in the song name and the featured artist name, and then they can add it and search for copyright holders, or they can search using metadata searches. But let's have a look at searching for music in the library. Put in a search parameter and search, and a list of recordings comes up. Choose the recording that you want to use, and you can easily add it to a project, choosing the project, and then also choosing the queue or the spot. And then you either add it or add and go to spot, and there it is. And they can shortlist it, and then they can search for the copyright holder information in there. In the list, they can look at the release title and find the proper release they want. They can view details, and then they have all the release information and the alternative titles, the data provider, and the work information or the song information. You can view that. They can see all work information, alternative titles, the publisher, and other parties. Here is listed the composer and lyricist authors. And then they can choose that set of copyright holders, select which ones they want to include, And there it automatically populates it inside the spot song, where they can send out a quote request. You have the recording information. And in publishing, there's the song information, and also who owns the publishing and their contact information. They can send out a quote request. There's also a panel for union fees to search, or if they know it's not applicable. Let's go back to the dashboard and see the notifications they've received regarding the quote request the copyright holder accepted. And there you can see they've received a notification for ownership percentage change, for ownership confirmation, and then also for the comment that the copyright holder sent back, and then the full quote request response. And it shows that it has been accepted. And then they see the details of the quote request, and they can export it or send it. And they can go to the spot song. And there they see the information on the copyright holder, and they can see it's accepted, and now they can send contracts. But instead of taking you through the back and forth of the contract negotiation, let's just go to the last stage where the copyright holder has received confirmation that the contracts are confirmed complete. Here's the confirmation, and you can see in the history that the last version is signed by both sides, and you can view the contract, download it, export it, and save it, and then come back at any time to review it. Let's take a quick look back into the messaging system. There's a message pertaining to the completed contracts, and there you see the contract management panel. And messaging can still work, but you can also go back anytime and check on the contracts or export them later. Store it there for as long as you want. And let's go back to the dashboard. And in the left-hand bottom corner, there's a link where you can send us feedback. We're always happy to hear your thoughts or if any questions you have. And we also offer a support email address where you can get in touch with us directly. If it is urgent, please put urgent in the subject and we will get back to you as soon as we can. And there is also the frequently asked questions to help give some guidance. And that concludes our walkthrough of SyncLodge and the tools for copyright holders, with insights on some of the music supervisors' side. If you would like to know more, we would invite you to register and to come in and explore. SyncLodge, the Sync Licensing Project Management System. Our motto is pulling together so we all move forward. And that's it. Thank you for your time. I look forward to your questions. Thank you. Hello. I think I am live now. Hello, everybody. I hope you enjoyed the presentation, and I look forward to questions. I see there's some on Slido already, and maybe I'll just get right into those. If you have any more, please let me know. So one of the questions is, but they're all by anonymous. But anyway, is there a way to find relevant supervisors on the platform? One of the things about SyncLodge is that we do protect the privacy of music supervisors, so that it's not a way of that you can send out playlists. You can't reach out to them unless you already have contact with them. If you have contact with them, then you can reach out to them. They can find, to answer the next question, they can find your music. They can search through different aspects of different databases through SyncLodge, like the streaming platforms. They can search right inside SyncLodge through the streaming platforms. Also we're hooking up to other services that are privately owned, copyright catalog management services like Source Audio, like SyncTank and such. And so that they can also find your music that way. But one of the keys is once they find your music, they can easily find out who you are, who the copyright holders are. And this is the main part of what we actually supply them. There is also another question of, are there any features you're planning on adding to the platform? Oh yes, we have a long list of features, but we're also very interested in what users think that should be added. So there is a long list, and we have many things in mind of adding to it, and many different tools. We're probably going to be developing and changing it forever. And as the industry adapts and as the industry changes, we will be adapting and changing with it. One of the features that we are adding that wasn't in the video is we are finishing up for music supervisors to be able to add a video right inside the project, and then being able to sync up the music from any shortlisted songs that they're considering. And the nice thing about this is that they can zoom in and just say this much time they want to use, and it will sync it right up to the video. and they can then share that with anybody on the project, project team, producers, directors, showrunners, anybody like that, without rendering, without downloading, uploading, and all that sort of thing. We are also looking at ways of, for copyright holders, there is, the tools that I showed you through the system, and we are building in always additional tools. And now I've basically come to the end of questions. If I see this live here, I only see 3 questions. And if somebody says the little thing says there's 4. Maybe I review. We're testing the actual engine ahead of full launch. Well, we are testing if this is for us, we are testing through our beta launch through users. So we've kept the door fairly closed on users coming in. And we have picked copyright holders, music supervisors, advertising agencies, and such to test the project in many countries around the world. So that's one of the other things. We are branching globally. We are initially looking at the UK and the US and Canada and parts of Europe. We're also working very, very closely with companies in China, with Sub-Saharan Africa, South America, Brazil, and such, and Central America, Mexico. And the great thing about the sync licensing industry is it is booming. With all the streaming platforms producing their own content and that sort of thing, it is booming, and globally. So there's a lot of opportunities coming in from China for copyright holders, where in China, they do have a lot of music that could be termed as Western music. But a lot of times they are looking for more of authentic, I could put it that way. So if they're looking for hip hop, a lot of times they are very much interested in American hip hop, or if it's grime, then they will want to go for British stuff, that sort of thing. And so we're opening up opportunities for copyright holders' catalogs globally. And so if you register with us, as you saw in the video, it's a few points that you have to add. And then one of the things I like to point out is we do vet everybody. Everybody that signs up for SyncLodge, we go through, and sometimes we have to contact them directly to make sure they're who they say they are, that they work for the company they say they work for, and they have the right over the catalog that they say they are claiming. And we check this through many different databases, and to make sure that the registration is consistent. And if we find any inaccuracies or any omissions, we do get in touch with the copyright holders and let them know. But also the copyright holders can just see it on their dashboard. And we are bringing in all these other services for copyright holder catalog registration, and that will be tabbed inside the catalog. So you'll be able to, if you have a SyncTank account and your music's on SyncTank and you're using their systems, then you'll be able to see everything that's registered through SyncTank, but plus what's registered through your PRO, what's registered through the MLC, and what's on the streaming platforms. And so this is a nice way that you can have an overview, but you don't manage your catalog in SyncLodge. You manage it somewhere else, and we access it. Okay. And is there any other questions, or should I just keep talking? Okay. Well, here's another question. Do you see any opportunity for gamers sharing playlists and music with each other for recreational, being a music discovery platform? Well, you can share. You can connect with anybody you want over SyncLodge, and as long as you have their connection information, it's not like LinkedIn where you can just search. So there's a lot of privacy. But if you have their contact information, mainly their email address, you can connect with them, and then you can share whatever you want through the system. And you can obviously add any Spotify or Apple Music or whatever playlists, but you can also upload music and share it with somebody. And if you're working on a project, then you can, as you saw in the video, you can actually connect it to the project, share the audio files or playlist, and that goes on the other side directly into their project, which is a nice thing. So it's not like on an email where they have to find it. It goes directly in, and then they can see it, and anybody on the project team can see it too. So we're coming basically to the end, and I am, as you know, my name's Lionel Lodge, and you can find me at lionel.lodge@synclodge.com. Email me any questions, always happy. And also on YouTube, we do have a lot of how-to videos and overview videos. Just look on YouTube for SyncLodge and you will find us. So, and I think that's it. And I would like to say thank you very much to everybody at AIM. What a great organization. Well done on all the work you're doing. Keep it up. Yep. We'll be supporting you as much as we can. Thanks. Bye.
everyone. Thank you for joining me for this presentation on disco. My name is Claire. I've been working with disco for about 5 years. I currently head up the business development efforts in the UK and Europe. And prior to working at disco, I worked for a music supervision company. And before that, I worked in sync pitching. So yeah, thank you to AIM for having me. And yeah, we're really happy to be a friend of AIM now too. So today we're going to be looking at what is disco for people who aren't familiar with it. And then I thought it could be interesting to tap into our global community's thoughts on the question, what's one key element that makes for a successful sync pitch? And then how can you do that in disco? So to kick it off, what is disco? Disco is a music platform. It was built by an Australian music supervision company as a means of saving time, improving collaboration, organising and storing creative ideas. In disco, people can store and organise their music and other media. They can make tracks metadata rich. They can use our auto tagging tool to creatively tag all the tracks within their library. And they can create and share professional playlists, and which are also secure. We recently rolled out watermarking, which gives an extra level of security for those who require it. You can send out email campaigns. You can also share some or all of your catalog publicly using the Disco Libraries tool. And we've got mobile apps as well, so both Android and iOS, so you can send ideas on the go and with your team or with clients. In short, Disco allows individuals and teams to consolidate all their digital tools. So rather than having multiple places to go and a bajillion tabs open, you can just do it in Disco, ideally. So having come from sort of humble beginnings and being a solution to one company's problems, Disco's grown and is now used by most of the world's music supervisors. also used by sync agents, labels, publishing companies, production music libraries, studios, managers, artists, composers, in sync, but also outside of that. So in A&R, marketing and radio promo too. There's over 8 million playlists that have been created in Disco. Over 50 million files are managed. 32 million plays have occurred on the platform. And then, yeah, Disco's sort of become the industry standard for presenting your work in a professional way. We're proud to work with lots of indie companies. Some of these guys are friends of AIM too. So Believe, Sub Pop, Warp, K7, Brownswood, Secretly, Ninja, Beggars, Cooking Vinyl, Mute, I missed you. And then loads of other folks outside of that too. Oops. So what makes a sync pitch work? As I mentioned, I did a bit of crowdsourcing with our global community to ask the question, like, what's one key element that makes for a successful sync pitch? And there were some reoccurring themes, so I've summarized them here, and then we'll dive into the details in the following slides. First off was just researching who you're sending to and knowing what you've sent them previously. So having that kind of record there and being a human about it. Making the life of your client as easy as possible. Pam from Plutonic put it really well. She just said, my job is to make a music supervisor's job easier. Part of that is knowing your rights and where you can pitch stuff and knowing what brands or productions you or your artists or writers would or wouldn't want to be synced to. So you're only pitching things that you can ultimately clear. And then being able to communicate that with clean, clear, accurate metadata, crucially including contact information, licensing details, and then also creative tags and reference points so people know where to kind of start with your catalog, or they have a bit of background before they start listening. Another thing that came up a little bit was just responding quickly. So if you're responding to a brief, or if someone's asked for lossless files or anything of the like, just getting back to people as ASAP so that they can kind of deliver to their client with haste as well. And then having access to different versions. So sending like the core tracks, but also if you've got them, instrumentals, radio edits, lossless files, video edits and press releases, all to kind of help just build the package and give people everything they need up front. And then giving people what they've asked for. So staying on brief. If someone's briefed out and asked for something specific, delivering that to them. And if you do want to send a wild card, just point out that that's what you've done. And also, if you don't have something suitable, not sending anything is totally fine. Cool. So going into the details a little bit more, starting with Laura, who's a music supervisor in the Netherlands. She said, don't forget to be a person behind the Disco account. Music supervisors want to be able to reach out to people they trust, and relationship building through friendly mails and spot on pitch submissions really do help. She also called out having really good metadata is important too. So I'm going to flip over to Disco and just show how you could kind of explore what you'd previously sent to someone so that you know potentially what might work for the next thing. If I click into a playlist here, I can see all the media within that playlist. If I then click on a track, I can see a little overview of data, but also any previous playlist that this track has been in. So in this case, I can see it's in a mock-up playlist to Laura. And I can see, okay, I've sent all these various tracks to her. Interesting. If I want to see what she has accessed, or if she's accessed it, I can go to the 3 dots to the right and playlist stats. And here I can see page views, downloads on a playlist level or track level, and then also streams. And then on the stream hover, you can see which tracks were streamed and how many times. So that can be quite useful to know, like, okay, that track's clearly resonating because it's been streamed 15 times or whatever it is. If you want those individualized stats, you can grab them via the 3 dots to the right. And then when you're sharing a playlist, either sending the email out, sending the playlist out directly from Disco, or assigning a URL to a contact. So using your own email client to share it, but creating a unique URL. On to the next point. So metadata, appreciate it is not thrilling, but very important. Lots of people brought it up, namely including contact information. That came up a lot, and then licensing and clearance data too. So Torsten at Spanra in Denmark was saying always fill in contact info. Nuno echoed that. He said that contact info is pretty obvious, but they always hear stories about people forgetting to include it. And then he mentioned including composer names, splits, year of recording, and whether the track's one stop is really handy as well. Tom at Theodore in the UK said they constantly look back at old searches, and if rights holders have tagged themselves on an MP3, then they know where to go to clear it or to speak to, like getting a quote. And it makes their life easier, which is ultimately the goal. And then, yeah, he said, particularly for sync reps, having their details in the comments information is crucial, because the supervisor is likely to go to them rather than the original rights holder. Pam from Plutonic said if she had to pick one key element, which she did, because that was asked of her, it would be having full disclosure on both the master and publishing rights holders. And that's due to the fact that catalogues are bought and sold at such a pace these days. So knowing who owns what is really important. And then alongside having all that kind of key licensing info in Disco and contact information, just having points of reference for your clients as well. So Tracy from Mr. Bongo was saying definitely having all the rights info in the one place is handy, but also being able to tag and search is really invaluable, so that they can refer to previous pictures and also curate like themed playlists for their clients. Jason at Beggars also mentioned just having like release date info and genre info in Disco is really key, because they're called on that for a lot. So being able to be a reliable source for a particular era of music becomes super useful. Well, so over to Disco again. What I'll do is just go into one of the tracks so we can look at the metadata on it. So here you can see I've got the title metadata field, and worth noting as well, if I'm uploading an MP3 or an AIF into Disco and it's got metadata on it already, that'll travel into my account. I can then edit any of that in Disco or add to it. And if you're uploading a WAV, WAVs don't carry metadata, but Disco will create an MP3, and on Pro plans and up, it'll create an AIF. So you can add all that data in Disco too. So in this case, we've got the title, the artist, the composers, including splits there. I've got the release date and the release year, the BPM, and then comments. In the comments, I've got that it's a one-stop, that I can clear it worldwide, and that's my email you can reach out to me at, and phone number as well if you wish. I've also got the lyrics data in there, which is mega handy, both for you to be able to search by, but also your clients. And then on the notes side of things, you can include handy things like, okay, this artist is a vegan, so you might be a bit cautious about which campaigns you're pitching them forward for. That won't be visible to your client. It's only visible inside your account by you and your colleagues. And then on the tag side of things, we do have auto tagging, but in addition to that, you can add custom tags. So click out of this and just show you how they look on a track level. They show up like so. So tags like checking splits can be really handy just as an internal reference point. If I want to kind of view those tags and the settings for them, I can do that here and then manage tags, and that'll take me into the settings area. So on that check splits example, I can see here that tag's not visible outside of my account. I can choose to make some tags hidden so that they won't show up on Disco libraries and they won't download with metadata. And then the others will be visible. So there'll be filter options on the library side of things for any clients. And they'll also be visible in the metadata area. This also has a little handy color indicator. So you can see really quickly, okay, I need to be a bit cautious about pitching this one. You can apply those by the 3 dots to the right, add color indicator. And then if you do want to make that the default of like, okay, I want like creative tags to go out with the comments metadata because that's useful for my client, you just go into business settings and write native tags to comments metadata field. Tom from Theodore mentioned that he uses the alias metadata tool a lot. So I'll show you how that works. We'll go to edit this playlist by clicking on the little pen, and that'll bring it over to the right. And then I'm going to hit save. On the alias metadata option, excuse me, I can overwrite any of this metadata so that the original metadata remains the same within my account, but for my client, it's different. So in this example that Tom supplied, he would update with my contact info, for example, and share that with his client. So he's still got the original contact information within his account, but what he's sharing with the client is his contact information so that they know that they can come to him to clear something. And again, that can work if someone is new at an agency and they find a track in the kind of shared agency account and they go, okay, cool, I need to hit up Tom to clear it or to inquire about it. Cool. The other thing that came up was having a quick response. So Amy, who's a composer and sound designer in the UK, said, again, metadata is really key, but also having the option for supervisors to deliver to a Disco inbox for quick and easy submissions is really useful. Patrick, who's at MusicWise in Germany, said being able to respond to a brief quickly and in a manner that's easy for the recipient to process and work with is a big one. And then Patrick at Centric mentioned the ability to easily pull and add tracks from a live pitch is a big one for him. So being able to tweak a pitch after he's already sent the ideas off or supply additional info that's been requested of him without having to send a new link comes in really handy. And Puya at Turnkey in India mentioned our auto tagging. So just being able to get a quick result when she needs to send something out in a hurry. Back we go to Disco. Cool. So on the subject of inboxes, there's a team inbox and then a personal inbox in each account. I'm going to look at the team inbox. I can copy the inbox URL here and share that with anybody. They don't have to use Disco in order to upload to my account. So they would put their details in here, a message, and then drag and drop files here and send them off. If you're a Disco user and you're sending to another Disco user's inbox, you can go to send your own playlist. And here you can put in your Disco playlist URL, hit continue, and then send files. Saves you having to download anything and re-upload it elsewhere. When that's received into your account, it comes in playlist form. You can see the email address of the person who sent it to you. You can see the date that it was received. And then if they've included a message, that'll show up the top. You can then stream those tracks. So it's really handy for receiving demos and things like that as well. And then if you want to keep them, you can star them on a track level or on a playlist level, and that'll import them into your account. So you're kind of hanging on to them. But also you can just drag and drop those into a working playlist on the right-hand side if you wish. And on that subject, so if I've already sent this playlist out, for example, it's currently in edit mode, but you can see here it's already gone out to client. I can go through and look for additional options that might work for it. So to Patrick's point, if he's already sent off the link, he can go, okay, I need more upbeat options. And then grab track 11 and then add that, save that. And he doesn't need to create a new link. He doesn't need to email them. He just knows that, okay, that's now added to that link. They'll have that as the client. And then Tom from Soho Music, also on the supervision side of things, was saying any supplementary media that can accompany a search. So for example, notes on the artist, release dates, bespoke cut downs, edits to picture, all really handy. Joan at Too Young was saying proper metadata again, but also having the high quality files on top of the MP3 is the biggie. Fernanda at Altafonte mentioned including as much information as possible. And again, she called out having the MP3 and WAV available for the client. And then Rachel at Passé in France said, it might sound simple, but the key element is, of course, getting people the music in a way that is digestible and easy for them to listen and download if they choose to. And yeah, no one wants music clogging up their email inboxes or having unidentifiable download links. So just giving people options is a good one. So we'll look at a couple of things over in Disco. Whoops. Oopsie daisy. First of all, this is a sort of existing playlist, so that's out there in the wild. And it's got sections in it, which is something that Tom from Soho mentioned he really likes to use to split out different media types or showcase what he's sharing. You can see here we've got the playlist title. There's also the playlist message here. And in the playlist message, I could call out things like, okay, this is a wildcard track, for example, or track 3 is a wildcard track, the rest are on brief. I can also have social links and a link out to my disco library. This playlist here is watermarked, and this is how the watermarked playlists look for people who are receiving them. The recipient of this playlist can stream tracks. They can also download an MP3, a WAV, or an AIF, or save back to their own disco account. So you're kind of giving them all the options that they may want. If you have included lyrics on the metadata, those are visible here too, so people can have a quick look at them before having to download anything. And then I've got, as well as having the audio files and the instrumentals here, or the vocal files and instrumentals, I've got press shots, which people can preview. There's also video file and a PDF. And then people could save the whole thing back to their disco if they wanted, or download the whole thing too, if they wanted. In terms of creating those, you do it again in this area on the right-hand side. So I can add any section to a playlist by the little 3 dots to the right and add section. And then if I go to the save option here, if I wanted to make that playlist streaming only, if it was pre-release or something like that, I can toggle that across. This is also where you can apply the watermark if you wanted to. And then the lyrics option, you can toggle that one across so that they show up on the playlist page. This is where you can add in the playlist message too, so that you're kind of adding links or adding supporting information to your pitch. And then on the format side of things, you can deliver everything like we just saw, but if you want to hold back and just send MP3s, for example, you can choose to do that so that you're not sending the WAV and the AIF in the first instance. Cool. Back we go. And then finally, Michelle put it really well. So just pitch on brief. If you throw in a wild card, be sure to point it out. And then Scott from Woodwork was saying one key element for him is to always send music that's on brief. And he achieves that via the auto tagging functionality and his own tags on top of that to help find accurate results for quick, tight turnaround briefs. So we'll take another look over at both the tagging and the libraries, just so you get more of a picture of what Disco offers. So auto tagging can be done across your whole account, or you can do it for part of your account. If we look at some of these tracks here, excuse me, this is how the tagging will show up. So under mood, feel, instrumentation, the BPM is added, key genres, is it male vocal, female vocal, or an instrumental? And then if you want, you can add your own custom tags on top of that, as we looked at. So you can just drag in tracks into that section there, or you can have tracks tagged upon upload. And then to search by those tags in your account, you can click on the tag itself and it'll bring up any other option or any other track with that tag on it. You can also be quite specific. So go into the little drop down here and choose, okay, it's got to be upbeat and cool. And then I also want it to have a certain lyric, for example. And you can keep whittling down your results until you find what you actually need. So those tagging options also play into the Disco libraries, which we'll take a look at over here. So all of these filter options here on the left-hand side are fed through from auto tags, but also any tags that you've added. And then on the home page, it would be your branding up the top, featured tracks, which you can kind of switch in and out, featured playlists, which again, you can alternate, and then featured artists, and they're fed through from what's in the artist metadata field. So if I click into an artist profile, it'll show me any tracks by that artist, and it's got like a hero image and a little bio there. That's another opportunity where you can kind of call out similar artists that might give people some context as to where to start with your artists. The viewer of the library can stream tracks. They can also download them, so they don't have to use Disco. If they do use Disco, they can save tracks back to their own account. They can also favorite them and make playlists on this library page, so add to any of these existing playlists here. And then with those playlists, they can then be kind of like a deep dive can be done on your library, and all of that can be saved back to their own Disco account or downloaded for a job. Going back to the sort of back-end Disco account, as it were, those libraries are created within the Discover Music area. So down the bottom here, you can have multiple libraries. So you can have client-specific ones as well as a sort of showcase of all your works. And then you can choose to opt in your library so that it is visible within the music supervision feed. So music supervisors, when they log into their Disco accounts, they hit Discover Music and they see at the top curated playlists, which you can pitch for on a weekly basis. And then underneath that, various libraries who have opted in. So you can search by the name of the library and also by whatever's in the little descriptor field there, which is super handy. If you're not using Disco and you would like to, you're more than welcome to set up a free trial. We also have a special offer going for people who are attending this conference. So you get $30 off all annual plans. You can use the coupon code AIMSYNC22. It'll give you up to 3 months free on our light plan, and then it's a chunky discount off the other plans too. And that ends at the end of February. So if you're into it, then do it quick. And for people who are already using Disco, you have the opportunity to refer others if you wish. Let me show you how you can do that. So within your account, there's a little love heart up the top right, and you can send your referral link or email directly from Disco. If the person you refer signs up, then both of you will get $20 credit on your account. So we haven't forgotten about you existing Disco users. Cool, well, that is it from me. Thank you again so much for giving up your time, and thank you again to AIM for inviting me to speak today. I hope everyone has a great day. All right, cheers. Cool, thanks everyone for listening once again. There's some questions that have come through. If there are any others, please feel free to pop them in the Slido app. I'm just going to run through a couple of these here. So there's one, can ISRC codes be included and do they have to be? They can be included in that first metadata tab. You can add them in. You can also add metadata via spreadsheet in bulk if you need to. Whether they have to or not, well, they don't have to. It's just very helpful if they are there. So that is hopefully helpful for you. There was a question about, can artists at any level sign up for Disco? And yeah, absolutely. There's no threshold in terms of number of tracks. Our pricing starts at 250 tracks, but you can have fewer than that stored in Disco if you need to. And you have the option of doing a 30-day free trial, so you can kind of kick around a little bit before committing to a paid plan. Which brings me on nicely to the next question, which was, do you have any advice on what artists who can't afford a Disco subscription can do? How likely is it that the fee can give a return on investment, and is there a free version? We don't have a free version. As I mentioned, we do have the 30-day free trial, so you can absolutely play around and see if it's a good fit for you. And then as part of the AIMSync event, we're doing a promo, which I mentioned. So the promo code is AIMSync22. If you sign up with that before the end of February, there's a $30 credit available. So that'll give you a few months extra if you're on the light plan to properly check it out. Just going through here. Is there any collaboration with PROs, or is that something completely separate? We don't have a sort of feed with PROs currently. So yeah, that would be separate. And the data that's imported into your Disco account is your responsibility. So I'm just getting my head around this Slido app. And then what's this one? How can a track made by two artists show up on their individual artist pages rather than Disco creating a new artist? That is a good question. So you can have on the disco library side of things, you can group together artists. So you can have a related artist and have two separate profiles, but sort of link them under one, which is both of the artists together. So you could do it in that way, which I hope is what you are asking. But if not, you can always contact me and I'll try and clear that up. Cool. I think that's most of the questions. Yeah, I guess just to recap, we do have the 30-day free trial, which you can sign up for on our website, which is disco.ac. You can see it in my fancy background. And then the discount's available until the end of February, and that's AIM Sync 22, and it's Sync SYNC without the H, perhaps controversially. We've got mobile apps, so there's an Android and an iOS app, so you can always kind of use Disco on the go. And then we help with onboarding too, so if you need a hand, we've got a brilliant support team who can kind of assist with questions on the go. And then sometimes people are kind of interested on calls like what's coming up for Disco. So some of the features that we've got on the horizon and what we've done recently, we launched watermarking late last year. I mentioned it in the presentation. That's just kind of we're getting started with that. So that's a new addition. And then we've just launched albums as well. So you can now have albums on your Disco library as well. And then we're working on some developments for artists specifically. So that's in the works and should be coming out in the next couple of months. So it's exciting. Cool. Another question's just come through. How do I find links for other people who use Disco when I'm sending music, please? So on it's important to have your own relationships, first of all, and to send music to people who you already know. On the Disco library side of things, you can opt in so that your Disco library is visible in a music supervisor feed. And then music supervisors who use Disco have the option of going into their discovery area and discovering your music in that way as well. You can also pitch for the curated playlists, and that can be another opportunity to kind of meet with or connect with supervisors who are using Disco. Cool. I think that's me. So yeah, thank you again. And hopefully there was something in there for people. And yeah, have a wonderful day.
Thank you for joining me today, and thank you for joining me today, and thank you to AIM for asking Reactional to participate in AIM Sync 22. What I want to do today is talk to you a little bit about the company, our journey, and why Reactional Music is looking to bring together the worlds of music and games. So who exactly are Reactional? We're a multidisciplinary team coming from music, coming from games, and coming from technology. I think what's important to note is that the core of reactional engine development is music. The person who developed it is Jesper Norden, who is an internationally acclaimed classical composer, working with orchestras, composers, and conductors all over the world. From the game side, we got games people with major franchise experience. A number of us have been instrumental in the launches of franchises such as Guitar Hero, Grand Theft Auto, Fall Guys, FIFA, The Sims, and many more. Personally, myself, I worked at Electronic Arts for over 25 years. So you can see when we start to talk about what we're trying to do, why music and games people are absolutely at the heart of the company. Geographically, we have the music team is mainly based in Stockholm, and the commercial team is mainly based in London. So let's talk a little bit about video games. In the last 20 years, video games have seen a lot of change, but particularly in the last 5, it has seen huge change, and that change is accelerating. We've seen video games really become the biggest creative and social marketplace in history. And if we look at some of those games such as Fortnite, the world of Roblox, Fall Guys, you can see on their own with the currencies, the amount of people participating and the activities, they're becoming individual economies in their own right. But at the heart of all of this, we can see that personalization is driving growth. Gamers are becoming curators and creators at the same time. If I talk a little bit more of some of the numbers behind this, the actual market itself, in 2020 worldwide, we saw the market reach $159 billion. Of that, 74% was in-game purchases. So that's really where you see personalization coming to the fore. People are taking the games that are put in front of them, and they're looking at ways to personalize their own gaming experience. And in 2020, that was 2.7 billion gamers. The projections for 2023 is 180 billion. Of that, 77% will come from in-game purchasers, from 3 billion gamers. And I think the absolute key thing here, as you'll have seen come up on screen, to date, music has not really, apart from a number of sync deals here and there, and streaming, music is responsible on the in-game side for almost 0%. And I think it doesn't come as a surprise if you look at the passions of gamers, the other passion they usually have is music. So from our point of view, music really is the great untapped part of the gaming experience. And I think I'd like to talk a little bit about why we believe that music has been stuck in time. We've seen in the world of games, we've seen physics engines develop, graphics engines develop. So really, you're looking at something incredible. But as far as sound and music has come, the way that it is developed has really not changed a lot. There's a lot of clever stuff being done, but it still is hard-coded. It's loops, it's layered loops. And what we find is that what gamers are doing is taking that many of them are playing for tens to hundreds of hours. They get bored of the music and sound. They turn it off, and what they do then is stream, whether it's Apple or Spotify or whatever in the background, losing a lot of what the sort of DNA of the game itself. So let's look at the challenges we faced and why we think what we're doing is so incredibly exciting, not just for ourselves in the world of games, but for the people watching today. Games are inherently interactive. Recorded music is not. What the reactional engine is the first rules-based system. So what does that actually mean? It means that music or sound within the game can become reactional. It actually transforms the way music is used and created and shared within games. So for the marketplace, artists and right holders, it is enabling new ideas, driving new partnerships between developers, artists, and composers. And I think the exciting thing when I talk about the way that it can become reactional, the engine itself is actually taking music and then creating it and layering it into the game in real time. So what we have here is a dramatic shift, the same sort of shift that we saw with games engines and games physics. And at the heart of this is the rules-based system. Let me talk to you a little bit about the Sound and Music Box. This is the platform that really underpins the technology. So at the moment, and part of why we're here today is that we're talking to rights holders, composers, and artists. So we're looking at the whole world of music and sound, and we're looking at where can we get the material that will end up on the platform. We're absolutely aware at the heart of this is curation. We know that from a games developer side, a lot of them will start initially with mood and emotion, and then go on to other things, whether it be genre or beats per minute. But tagging and having consistent tagging, we know is really important. In fact, actually, when we look at the audience today, one of the things we're aware when we curate what is going to be on the platform itself is that, you know, having looked at publishers' playlists, having looked at gamers' playlists that they put together, it really is driven by the independent and new music sector. You know, it is not driven by the major hits and the major artists. So we expect the independent sector to be the real driver between a lot of what we're doing. With regards to tagging, it's absolutely critical for the developers and the gamers who are going to be drawing from the Sound and Music Box that they can find exactly what they want. And it's critical that this is consistent. So that's why we're dealing with companies such as Museo, who were speaking earlier today, and exploring what they can do and helping us build the platform itself. The other critical thing is that everything that we put into the platform is going to be rights cleared. We're fully aware of how big a challenge that is for something to be rights cleared globally across all interactive platforms. Again, we're working with partners within the industry and working with people such as yourselves to understand what does that mean for the catalogue that would be available when we launch. One of the interesting things is we don't actually need all music for launch. We're just looking for a carefully curated range of music, you know, from different genres, including production music, so that we can launch the platform with enough choice for the users and clients of the platform. I touched a little bit earlier on the reactional engine. As I say, what it will do is when somebody is using the reactional engine, that will allow them to bring in external music into the existing game experience. It will also allow the developers themselves, many of which sort of stop short of talking to the music industry about recorded content. They're worried they need an agent, they need lawyers, the process is too difficult. So for many of them, it'll give them ability to look at a range of rights cleared music that they can use in the game, and then for gamers to use in the game itself. We're looking to give the engine away free so that developers or composers then are able to register with the Sound and Music Box and trial and play around and prototype with the ideas they have from the content. Let me talk a little bit about the content of the music box itself. Within the music box, there's a variety of different products, if you like. There are full music scores, there are individual music tracks, there is what we're calling musimotes. Musimotes are 3 to 15-second bursts of music taken from a track that may be attached to something like scoring a goal, an end of level boss fight, or something like that. And then flares are 0 to 3-second bursts that may be attached to something as simple as swinging a sword. And I think the main thing to be aware is that within the Sound and Music Box, everything that is put in there already has the reactional tech applied to it. So whether it's a developer or a gamer taking content from there, they're in a situation that they know that it will react within their game world. No longer will they have to turn off the sound effects and the, you know, what the developer intended and just stream music in the background. Now they will be able to still hold on to the game experience, but bring in their favorite artists or genres into the actual game, and for that to merge and be part of the overall gaming experience. So developers will initially take out and use a variety of these. And when they first commercially release a product, that is when the first payment is made. So that, if you like, is the B2B side of it. And then the other bit, and I think that probably the most exciting and where we're going to see the most creativity, the engine itself for the very first time will allow gamers to use music as part of their in-game personalization, in the same way now that a developer will put tags in the game that may allow you to change the color of your hat, the type of car you're driving, the wheels that are on the car, the weapon, the uniforms. They're then going to be able to put tags into the game that will allow music to be part of that in-game personalization. So that, if you like, is the overall platform that underpins the technology. Let me talk to you a little bit more about the Sound and Music box, just to summarize what I've just said.
Hi, David.
The key things it enables is in-game purchases.
So this is Jack.
Choice for gamers in-game, live, music to be rendered in-game and in real time.
Pleased to see you.
But what it also delivers is new commercial opportunities, 100% entirely new revenue streams, and new tiers of promotion, marketing, and discourse for all involved. A lot of the people we've talked to look at this platform and realize that this isn't just them just putting tracks up there and forgetting about it. It's the ability to treat it more like an A&R platform. Their ability.
Any reason? Sorry, Jack. Any reason why Simon should be calling me my colleague?
Talk to us about them looking at existing catalogue and potentially either creating their own music.
It's okay. He's rung off.
Or going forward producing.
I'll just text him and ask him, is it urgent?
So I think the creativity we're going to see both from the world of music and the world of games is going to be quite incredible. So if I pause for a moment and talk to you now,
as they can hear me talking.
What we see it doing is expanding the music creator economy on the axis of gaming, music, and social media. It's going to be delivering a platform for music into all interactive experiences. I know I've just been talking about video games, but I'm sure you're aware of how things are broadening other platforms. So what we're trying to do is make sure that music is a fundamental component in all those areas. We conducted some consumer research about 2 years ago. So at the beginning, we realized there's no use in actually creating this, designing it, and getting everybody involved if the gamer themselves aren't wanting to use this within games. So we went out and we talked to people of all genders, all ages. We went from casual gamers to hardcore gamers. We did sort of hour-long one-on-one interviews. We talked to them about their music tastes, and the feedback was overwhelmingly positive. Over 70% straight off said that they would look to spend money to personalize their in-game experience with music. They initially expected that they would look at the platform, they would trial out tracks, they would trial out flares, music modes, and once there was more games in the market, they would look to really develop or move to a subscription model. So they would look at it in one way as their sort of platform there, where they would subscribe to bring music into their games. So just to share a little bit more, the reactional engine itself is built and patented. The platform is being delivered for launch in the first half of 2023. We're developing for Unity, for Unreal, and we're developing it in such a way that it will be very easy to take it into the other bespoke engines that a lot of the major publishers are using. We're currently working on 4 live projects hand in hand with developers. So actual projects that will be coming to the market potentially in this year before the worldwide launch, but trialing out things with them. So just to summarize a little bit, the reactional sound and music box, we announced to the music industry with an article in Music Business Worldwide. They ran it as a lead article late in October 21. Since then, things exploded. We had people contact us all the way from individual artists, composers, rights holders, service providers to the music industry, sort of everything you could imagine. But I think the great thing is we've had not only a very strong, but a very positive reaction across the industry. So I think we're now in a situation where we are out talking to people very much on the music side, very much on the game side. But I think to the audience here today, just to let you know, we are engaged. We are actively talking with rights holders who want to join the platform. And in a moment, of course, I'm going to be answering a lot more questions. Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for listening, and I hope you find that interesting. Apologies, I believe I'm told there was a slight technical issue earlier and you could hear me chatting in the back room. Thank you to those of you that are sending through some questions. Let me take a chance and to have a quick look at what's coming through and answer them. I got somebody here asking, how can a record label get involved with reactional music? Would love to look at how our artist music can be put forward to developers and gaming platforms. At the moment, that's reasonably simple. I think the easiest thing to do is for you to go to reactionalmusic.com, and on there you'll find a simple inquiry form, as well as a load of confirmation of some of the points I've just gone through. And, you know, just fill in your address and your name. That will come to my colleagues Simon and I, and we'll be able to get back to you. I think the other thing that is worth mentioning is that going forward, we are currently building self-service tools, so it'll be easy for anybody to be able to submit to have their content curated and eventually go up onto the platform. So what are the structures of the deals you're working on with rights holders? We're currently at a situation, we've been talking to various artists and rights holders for a little while now. As I said, we went public at the end of October, and since then, we've been in a lot of different discussions. The structure of the deal is such that I think I mentioned, we don't actually need all music to go onto the platform. We're just looking for a range of launch music. And a couple of the things that are critical to that is that we need to be able to secure the global rights. So that on its own creates a curated set of music. And the structure of the deals are such that, yeah, we're looking to be able to have the mastering and publishing rights, so full global rights. So anyone who goes into the platform knows that they can pick up, trial, and use the music within a game, knowing that there would be no rights issues. And the deals are such that we're working on exactly full transparency and the exact same deal with everybody. The things that I think are critical within the business model, there are two different models we're talking about. One is a business-to-business model with the developers and publishers, and that's quite straightforward. You know, the payment gets triggered when somebody actually releases a game with your content in there. So everything goes onto the platform, content gets released in the game. At that point, the developer or publisher triggers a payment, which is split a third to master rights holders, a third to publishing rights holders, and a third to reactional. The separate thing then in the discussions we're having is when a gamer actually gets involved in releasing music. And at that stage, it's a similar approach, but before we get to the net that is split between the rights holders and reactional, there is a split that goes to the platform holder and the developer and publisher of the game. I hope that answers the questions.
the other things actually that are worth talking about in discussions with rights holders and the deals are the ability to get the relevant metadata through the relevant image rights, and talking to them about how we could work together on a much more collaborative basis. So if I look here, do you see an opportunity for gamers sharing playlists and music with each other, and for Reactional being a music discovery platform? I mean, this is incredibly interesting from the point of view of the discussions we've had, not just with gamers themselves in the consumer research we did, but with individual artists and with labels. And the feedback is that we're going to see a whole new level of creativity, and certainly playlists will be part of that. Whether that's a gamer creating his playlist or her playlist when they actually play the game, and then them sharing that with friends and sharing that online, or whether it's, for instance, some of the artists we've spoke to are huge games players themselves, creating the playlist for the game that they're playing, and then them looking to say to their fans, here's the experience I have, here's what I'm doing on this level, here's how I have personalized my character and my gaming experience, and then sharing that. And we see, you know, obviously the opportunity then for, especially with fans, to pick that up and wanting to play it exactly the way they played it. Or how are you piloting and testing the Reactional engine ahead of a full launch? There's a number of ways we're doing this. On the music side, we're already working with people that are supplying us with test tracks so that we can put that into the sound and music box. We can create the Reactional tracks and then see how that plays out within a game. And then on the actual gaming side, we're already working in a limited number of live projects. I think the latest count, we're working with 4 developers separately on live projects where they're utilizing the technology and understanding what it really means to have music reactional within the game, as opposed to before where purely it has been set loops and they've not been able to achieve the same experience either as a developer or as, you know, for the gamer themselves. So I think there's a number of different ways we're testing it. We're currently, the technology is finished. As far as the timelines go, we're now talking to multiple rights holders and artists. We're developing the sound and music box, and we're developing a full end-to-end version of the engine and the music box and the tools that will go with it. The expectation is that in Q2, Q3, we actually start taking music into the music box itself. And in early 2023, we're then in a situation where we're able to deliver and go out to the development market, with the plan being that the actual engine itself is given away for free. They register with the sound and music box, and then they're able to access all the content that is in there, whether that is full musical scores, tracks, or as I discussed earlier, music modes and flares, and be able to start straight away from prototype, actually being able to trial music live within the game. So that's the way we're actually testing it. We're also looking for partners within the music side and within the gaming side, and in between the services side, to actually work with us as on sort of beta testing it, so that by the time we actually go to full launch, everything is tested and ready to go. I think one of the things to be aware of is that we are already working with a number of partners, some of which you've been speaking on the conference this year. And we're looking to link up with a number of established third-party companies, some of which we've done already, you know, whether that be in tracking, storage, curation, rights management, reporting. So I think as we come out with more information, you'll understand exactly who we're working with, because you may already be working with them yourselves. But I think just to finish off and thank you, you know, we said earlier that we expect independent music to be absolutely leading in this platform based on what we see in music today, or in gaming today. And thank you very much for your time. If you have any further questions, please drop your details onto reactionalmusic.com and we'll come back to you. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. I hope you're all doing well, and welcome to our conversation today. We're going to be talking about the BBC and HBO TV series Industry, which is a UK production about young bankers making their way in the financial world. I'll be speaking with Nathan McKay, who scored the series, and also Ollie White, who music supervised, about how they approached music for the show. And first of all, I just want to make you all aware about the Slido app. I'm sure if you've been watching already today, you're familiar, but you can drop questions in there for us. I'll try and keep an eye on those throughout the session, and we'll make some time for questions towards the end. So yeah, now for some introductions. As I just mentioned, I'm joined by Toronto-born and Berlin-based artist Nathan McKay. Nathan has been producing dance music under his own name and DJing on the international club circuit for many years, and in early 2020 landed his first major score project for the TV series Industry. Nathan's commercial music also appears in the series, but we'll pick up on that a little bit more shortly. And I'm also joined by Ollie White, who is music supervisor at Theodore Music. Hello, ahoy. Ollie's supervision credits include a discovery of which is the upcoming Sky series, The Rising, and of course, Industry. And then finally, my name's Lucy. I work at Warp on the licensing and score side, representing our artists at Warp Records. So lucky me, the label that Nathan has been releasing his music on for the last few years, Warp Publishing, and also some other labels and artists represented by Warp. So let's get into it. I just want to start off by saying congratulations to both of you on your work on this series. It's had some brilliant reviews from the UK and the US, and you've obviously done a good job because the showrunners are now in series 2 mode, and you guys are back in the zone with Industry again for season 2. So great work on everything so far, and hope. Thanks. Hope. Yeah, I guess I just want to start off the conversation by asking you first, Ollie, about how this collaboration with Nathan and the Industry team came about in the first place from your perspective.
Yeah, so it's a big part of the music supervision role is finding a composer, but it's all of that. It's actually when you're invited to work on a project like Industry, it's generally at the time where the production's talking about what is the show going to sound like. And that's you're having conversations, directors, producers, the creators of the show, talking about the sort of artists and songs that we're looking to place, the styles of music that we wish to target, and then also the score and what composer we're going to get on board to work with it. And there's lots of different approaches to it. It's like you can have music, score and source music, which talks to each other and feels like it's all part of the same world, which with Industry, it's very much in that place. And then there's also examples where you want a very contrasting sound of score to that of the source music type. But for Industry, our approach to music was really simple because of the type of story and the narrative that it was, which is you're seeing the world of London through the eyes of 21-year-olds, 21-year-old grads in this banking world. And it's basically the journey that we want to take the audience on is to make the settings and the places that they hang out as real as possible. And we focused really with the sourced commercial tracks for that to give that. And then also through the score, it was really about the audience being able to connect with the emotions that the grads were going through. So the score played a big role in kind of representing their feelings, their inner spirit, if you like. And the first big challenge was that a lot of the show is set on a trading floor, which, you know, it's our perception. I don't know if anyone's been on a trading floor, but it's my perception is it's a pretty cold and sterile place, and we basically wanted to convey that these 21-year-olds who sacrificed so much to get there, worked so hard, they wanted to be there. This was kind of like their club, place they wanted to hang out religiously, and we fell with this idea that we were going to make the trading floor sound like the most banging underground nightclub as much as possible. And it was around that time that Lucy and Warp sent me Nathan's album Blue Spring, and I knew Nathan as a DJ, as a Buana, and I'd seen him DJ at a few places before, but it's like thumping house music. And then I was sent Blue Spring, which is a collection of incredibly intricate, emotional electronic music. And timing is a lot in sync. And to get that email from you guys with his work was just perfect timing, really. And it just kind of took off from there. We just, at that point, we knew Nathan was pretty much the perfect composer with his background in DJing and the electronic music that he was making. The big question was, can he write to brief, and can he respond to basically writing? I don't know how you felt, Nathan, but it's kind of like writing music for other people in a way. You kind of have to put your artistic side to one side, and you're writing to criticism and feedback and notes and trying to hit all these different things.
That's a good point to bring you in, Nathan. Thanks for that, Ollie, because although you'd done some work in scoring before, Nathan, this was sort of the first major show that you'd worked on. What was your initial impression? What was that like first couple of weeks, at the demo stage, and then getting into it with the production team? How did you find that experience?
Well, the demo stage was like an experience in itself, because at the time I was on tour in Australia, and it was like, I think March 5th was when I did the demo. It was just as COVID was happening. So that was a whole other element. And like, I literally did the demo in like my friend's kitchen in Melbourne. But yeah, once the project got going and stuff, Ollie can maybe say otherwise, but I think I adapted pretty quickly. The one thing, having worked with Lucky Me and Warp before this, Dom, who's my main contact at Lucky Me, he usually the person I go to with notes. And even the album before Blue Spring, I'd written a previous album, and he kind of said, this is great, but not the right one. And it was still trying to please, still trying to like take a brief that I guess he gave me. It's one person, but the difference now was I had multiple people, at once, and sometimes I'd get contradictory briefs from different people, and then I'd have sweet Ollie here to hash that out for me behind the scenes and give me like the final brief, which is great. But yeah, I think honestly, like I've had a lot of music friends ask me about that early experience. And I now think it's more like 40% actually writing the music and 60% organization, and just staying on top of what cue numbers are, what versions have you sent before, and just keeping a good Excel or Google Doc of like dates, labels, versions, cuts that you're working with. And that was an adjustment, obviously, because you don't really have to do that with your own, solo artistic pursuits. But yeah, that was probably the biggest jump for me. But by the time we got to like month 2, it was all, it was a new language, but I was becoming more fluent with it. And I should also give a huge, props, whatever, to Dan Elms, who was the editor on the first season as well as on the second season. And he really walked me through it all, because he's been working with Max Richter and others. And yeah, he was really kind of like a mentor, and like, no, dude, this is how you label stems. Because the first time I sent stems in for that first episode, I'm sure it was a mess on his end. And then I've worked on another show since Industry, and I was worried my stems would be terrible, but they were actually quite impressed with the labeling on my stems. So Dan has like coached me into a little mini Dan, I guess. But yeah, that was,
way.
Yeah, but it was just a matter of like, knowing who to speak to, because obviously like I've only met Ollie the one time in person in London at that initial meeting in February of 2020, but it was like I still didn't really know who was who at that early stages, who's a producer, who's this, who's that. And it was just a matter of getting to know so many people. I never worked on a project involving so many names and so many people. And it's a whole other element to like try to learn people's names and learn their personalities on a Zoom call. But I guess we're all to that now.
Yeah, there's loads of voices for a production like industry. There's so many people all part of this machine, having their creative input and working in their own way. And it's finding out like who are the important voices that are responding to music, and who those are your like main points of contact. And often with these productions, it's kind of, they evolve with themselves. And at the start of it, you might think, oh, this director's my main point of contact, but then you realize actually he's finished in the show now, and now you're working with an executive producer you've never met before. Maybe this is the new person I need to speak to. So as you said, Nathan, organization is so key, because often you're having to get people up to speed with where you've been before, and make sure that they're happy with like the new edits, and like the whole thing just evolves very quickly. It's very easy to get lost in the machine of it all.
Yeah, and beyond that, even it's like, again, it's like I didn't know anyone very well when we first started, and it's like a whole new thing where you have 4 different people rejecting your idea at once, and you're just like, A, I can't remember everyone's names, and B, you just have to not take it personally, but which is fine for me. But yeah, just like an adjustment. It's kind of creepy, but I actually kept a sheet for people's names and like titles for the first week, because I was already pretty flummoxed from coming back from Australia during COVID, and I think just that first spotting session we had with like 9 people that I didn't know. But again, by week 3, I was all familiar and everything was fine.
I just want to pick up on that point that you're both talking about there as well, about multiple voices with opinions on music. And I'm sure a lot of people watching this will have experienced that many times over, that everyone has an opinion on music. I'm interested to know like both of you were doing a degree of filtering there, right? And organizing like, okay, I hear their viewpoint, but really this one needs to be heard louder, or maybe we just ignore that person altogether. I mean, how between you did you filter that in reality? And did you, were there certain opinions that you felt like you had to just completely ignore? Was it like finding a way to make the music work for everyone? I'm just interested on that.
Yeah. A big problem that is often that composers and music supervisors have is often like the language barrier, because you're speaking to people that are image people. They think visually, they're visual people, and they find it often very difficult to describe music. And I think both Nathan and I, by the end of the project, have got very good at understanding people's vocabulary, basically, and understanding what they meant with music. And it's something that everyone's different. And there's no set formula for it, but you've just got to work out what people's tastes are. And like the best thing is for both Nathan and I, with the creators, we just set up Spotify playlists and we're throwing in music that we all liked casually. This was like not really thinking about the show, but it was also kind of thinking about the show because that was our link with each other. And through something like that, you get to someone's tastes more intimately, and then their descriptions of music become a bit clearer, and when you understand them more. But it's something that you have to adapt with, and everyone speaks differently, everyone's got different tastes, and I think you've just got to as you work with someone more and more, you get to know better and better what it is.
Well, and when we've talked on this point previously together, it also, I seem to remember us saying that converting that feedback from being something that's an affliction or a frustration into actually how can we use this feedback from a range of different sources to positively enhance the score, right? Like it doesn't necessarily, actually the teamwork aspect of it and the input might push the score in new and interesting ways. Did you feel that, Nathan, at times when you're working on?
Yeah, it's funny. I was cleaning out my computer recently, and I found like a whole bunch of folders with the original drafts, I guess I sent in the early things, and I remember sending them thinking like, yeah, like that's it. And then more often than not, it would, you know, become like an evolution of getting to the final thing. And I'd say like more often than not, like 95% of the time, they're just dead on. Like I remember like the first draft I sent of what would eventually become like the big industry theme. It went through so many iterations, and Ollie eventually like clearly had an idea of where it needed to go, and he was absolutely right. And I don't think I would have had an idea of exactly where that was, you know, especially when I think Ollie had a lot more direct access to other people's opinions and voices behind the scenes, whereas sometimes Ollie would be like, well, so-and-so likes this, but so-and-so likes that. So try to get something in the middle. But so clearly, you know, he had a much better idea. But yeah, it was like, say like almost all the time, the notes I was given like led to a much better product than I probably would have come up with on my own. But you know, that's why we all have our jobs. So
yeah, it is a teamwork process. The process is collaboration with other people, and that's kind of what's exciting about it. And probably, correct me if I'm wrong, Nathan, possibly what is the main difference between you as a composer for TV and film compared to you as a composer for your artist name? Or is there still a lot of collaboration with that?
Yeah, I mean, as I said earlier, like my only real collaboration when I'm just like making my own music is Dom from Lucky Me being like, yeah, nice dude, or like, do it again, you know. But there isn't like as much of a thing. Like when I get an email from Ollie every day during industry, like very detailed notes, like up to 2-3 times a day per cue, and it really feels like a much, you know, he's helping write the music as much as I am making it myself in my little studio.
I'm glad you feel like that, because I feel like I'm nagging.
No, I mean, it's kind of become like a nice sort of like, I don't want to say like whiplash, because that's an abusive relationship, but I'm like always trying to make sure Ollie feels, you know, pleased at the end of the day with what I've done. And like I remember there was one day, I think it was the big Harper meltdown trade in episode 4 of this first season, and you sent me this voice note, which was very rare for you to do, but it was just like, Ed, the director loves it, you nailed it. And I was just like, and like I was just like very, you know, happy, and I slept well that night, you know.
I feel like this session needs to pivot into like, you know, just a safeguarding exercise here to make sure Ollie's not, you know, kind of been insisting whiplash style, like what needs to be done in the score. It's not a
No, but it's also just a matter of like even right now I'm working on an album, and it's a funny thing when like I'm spending most of my time working on industry, and every scene has like an end goal that's written out in paper with like possibly a sub music like influence I have to like sort of follow to get to. And then when you just sit down with an empty session writing on your own, it's just like, well, you know, I don't know, like, let's see where this goes. I might have like a YouTube link to some artist I like, and I'll be like, well, this is my influence, but it's like a totally
are you almost like craving some, not from Ollie, but just like a steer almost?
Yeah, sometimes yeah. I'm like, I wish, you know, I had like Ollie just like directing my life. It's like, you had a sandwich yesterday, move on, you know, like.
Yeah. It's it's again with TV and film, the deadlines that we had to hit for industry season 1 were absurd. Like they were so late locking the picture, and the delivery deadlines for when the networks expect it don't change. They just move final mixes back, and all that happens is our time gets squished. So working to deadlines and that's another reason why organization as a composer, coming into working as a composer, organization is one of the key things, so you can keep up with deadlines and constantly moving schedules and things like that. did you find that whole process? Because you kind of
that worked so well. I mean,
right, you kind of came into a massive storm. I remember I was like, I'm so sorry that you're coming into.
But it never. I was like, I remember when we first started, and you and Dan were saying how like, oh man, it's gonna get crazy. But it never felt that crazy to me. I was expecting like, 3 a.m. nights every night at some point, but it never really felt that much. And I'm sure Dom from Lucky Me will tell you this, and like we've done a whole season of TV together, but like I kind of work best under these like very tight deadlines, and I like deadlines. Like I'm the type of guy that like in university, I did my thesis like 2 weeks before it was due because it was just.
Oh, you're that guy.
I am that guy, yeah. But like I don't miss the deadline. That's the end of the day.
But certainly, I think, I mean, and discipline, like you said about the 60-40 thing at the beginning of the talk, like discipline is a huge part of it, right? And
I mean, yeah.
I'm interested to know, actually, I mean, this is a bit of a, just a side note, but like, I'm interested to get into the actual like stats a bit here, because there were 8 episodes, like within those 8 episodes, how much like score roughly in minutes was there, and how long from start to picture lock did you have to do that? Because I think that's just a useful thing for people to understand about the kind of timelines involved with these bigger series. Can you think off the top of your head?
I can have a look and tell you.
I mean, you have to remember too that like I was writing a lot of music that Dan would repurpose, so I wasn't always doing the fitting of every scene necessarily, but still.
But you were producing within a sort of, what was it?
I would write
period.
Yeah, and I would write like, so we'd call them loops. I'd write these like little interludes or themes that I would just send to Dan in stems, and he would purpose them into certain parts of the show because I was too busy working on these like very nuanced long scenes.
Mm-hmm.
And that was kind of, I guess, kind of saved my life probably on that one.
Mm.
Yeah, for episode 1, for example, we had a total of 18 score cues that came to about 20 minutes of music, just less than 20 minutes of music.
That's
so, but it felt like it was probably more. More than that. But it's like the fact that there's 18 score cues there is quite a lot. There's quite a lot of score cues. They're all just kind of around the minute length, which for a 45-minute drama is quite a lot. And then the rest was sourced music. But the show uses a lot of music compared to other TV shows that I've worked on. It's kind of, it's wall to wall. If it's not a score, if it's not a score cue, there's a sourced cue there. And diegetic music, which is basically music that's made to sound, that is coming from the setting. It's used so much really just to add authenticity to each scene. So every pub, there's a lot of pub scenes, there's a lot of scenes in cafes and stuff, and there's always music playing there. And we love to find new artists for those sort of spots. They're not like the biggest cues, but finding a new artist for that sort of thing is kind of what we aim for with those. But yeah, and just looking at that episode 1, there's some that are crazy. That Hari, where Hari dies, it's a 4-minute long cue, and I remember that was a huge challenge because there are so many changes in the tone in this sequence. Like, had someone dying plus this trade that was happening, which was really exciting, and Harper was winning the trade, and you're trying to work out what tone are we going to hit here, because we're going to have to sacrifice somewhere. We can't be hitting everything.
And to be clear to our audience, this was a score section, right? So this is something that Nathan was working on, right?
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
How on earth do you combine a positive trade moment with a death? Yeah. I guess watch the series, everyone, and you can let us know whether you think they succeeded. That's really helpful. Thank you both. We've talked quite a bit about the kind of the process side of things, working with the production team, and I guess just the sheer quantity of music going into the series. I'd like to pick up now a little bit more on the creative approach, production style for you, Nathan? Because you know, watching the series, a lot of the characters in industry aren't actually the most likable, or at least they're not immediately likable. And that's certainly something that, you know, was picked up a lot in reviews. It's like very compelling stories, but they're not people that you warm to exactly. What was your sense about that? And, you know, what was your sort of creative approach for engaging the viewer in their individual stories through the score?
Well, it's more like, you know, I might not think this character is a likable person or someone I'd want to hang out with, but they're still a person with a motivation and, you know, their story and their vision of what they want to achieve. So that you have to look at it through that lens, I think. But then also what Ollie said earlier about like the idea of, you know, these grads for us, you know, not necessarily banking, not, you know, it's like not the most exciting thing for me personally, but the idea of these grads finding banking the most exciting thing in the world and doing anything to excel in it, that's exciting. You know, so trying to capture that vibe, that electricity, and like how can you make, you know, people as excited about their excitement, I guess, and like, you know, when they're on the trading floor, you know, as Ollie said earlier, it's like their club. It's like they're making shots, they're making calls, they're not dancing, but they're like, you know, canoodling. I don't know what the right word is, but they're out there, and you know, you try to like spice it up. And then, you know, when there are times of discouragement, times of, you know, power dynamics coming out, how can you use music to sort of do that? Because, you know, to the average eye, when I watch like a video of like the New York Stock Exchange or something, like I have no idea. It's just a bunch of people running around with blue jackets. I have no idea who's who, what the power dynamic is. But when you can zone in, know characters' names and know like this person's in charge of this person's trying to impress this person, like you can really have fun with that and try to elevate things. And then it's even more interesting when, as the season goes on, characters that were up here before are now starting to fall, and how do you capture that emotion and, you know, someone else's rise at the same time.
Yeah, that's a really interesting point actually, which is worth mentioning, which is in the TV show, which was created by two ex-trading bankers, is for the trade scenes, it's got very technical language, and we didn't know what they were talking about, and pretty much the whole audience wouldn't know. So they looked to music to be able to create an emotional response with the audience that doesn't know what they're talking about. And we would like kind of highlight whether it's something good or something bad, or the energy of the excitement of a trade, and it looks like it's going to have a positive outcome. Music basically told that story, and they needed to, because it was a language that we understood it after it was explained to us 100 times by Mickey and Conrad, but before that we had no idea. But it was giving, music was needed to basically help give the audience clues about what was happening, as it was a language which majority of watchers wouldn't have understood.
Well, you know, we're dealing with huge figures, huge sums of money, right? When you actually consider what's at stake in those moments, it is thrilling. It is, you know, you use the word, the electricity of the, you know, electric feeling that's probably going through people in those jobs. And in a funny way, it doesn't feel that surprising to me that you would work on the score, Nathan, because it's not like dissimilar to how you might control a crowd when you're DJing.
No, exactly, yeah.
How you put together a dance track. You know, it's like there are ebbs and flows, and there's build, and there's tension, and there's exhilaration, right? On a dance floor, and this is arguably quite a boring and stark and surreal dance floor that is the industry trading floor, but that certainly comes across in the score. There's just this like swell, constant swell, whether that's negative and a little bit, you know, terrifying, or it's just pure exhilaration. You know, it's that really comes through. I want to like make a point as well, because there's no drums in any of your score, Nathan, which, you know, knowing your commercial music is really you know, prevalent throughout your own music. What was the reason there? Sort of, you know, just that top line.
Well, they let me use a shaker. There's a shaker.
Sorry, the shaker.
Well, it kind of started off. It's funny, like when the first stuff I really handed in was like quite drum heavy, and then as we went along, I can't remember if it was you or Dan, but it's just like the idea of like drum free and just trying to let like the pulses and the rhythm come from synths. Or there's a few scenes where like some pretty like out there string articulations are doing the rhythm making, I guess. But yeah, it was one of your, it's definitely not my idea, but it was one of your ideas.
Yeah, it was like there's a load of rhythms in the score, but it's not done on drums or percussive instruments. And it was really just, it was kind of a conscious decision that we made, that we're struggling to get it sitting back in the mix.
Because it's so dialogue heavy, right? Like
so dialogue heavy, exactly.
A lot of phones, yeah.
And we found that Nathan was basically able, through arpeggiators mainly, and these crazy synths and synth lines and basses, that he was able to create the energy that you get from dance music with the percussive sense, but done on melodic instruments. And it just meant that you're able to get more emotion as well in the music, which was getting lost in the percussion. But for season 2, we've kind of looked back at that, and as we've got more time for it, we're seeing where we can get drums into it. And I think now I think we'll definitely get drums in there again, because it's a big part of your sound as an artist, and you do it incredibly well. It was just a timing thing. We ran out of time, really, I thought.
Yeah, I wonder if maybe it would have entered if there was more time, but I don't think it really mattered. I think it was an interesting...
Yeah. No, it was definitely a creative decision. I remember like either you or Dan said like, what makes it sick is that there's no drums. And I was like, okay, like, that is cool, I guess.
And did you use any, as far as like production goes, Nathan, was it purely electronic? Did you use any live instrumentation, or did you just go?
There's some live strings. I have a background. I played viola for about 9 years in Toronto, but I have broken my wrist too many times from ice hockey, so I can't really play too much anymore. But it was enough to lay down some lines for the show, yeah. But it's like basic, more textural than like lead stuff. And then it was funny, as I was going along in the show, I started to discover like the plethora of options of string libraries. Like I kind of knew they existed, but I didn't know how many existed and how sophisticated they now are, like Spitfire Audio and these types of companies. And I got really, really into it, and like really learned my best to use them. Like the scene where they're kind of grieving Harry's death. It's like, you know, a lot of layers of strings and different pizzicato voices and stuff. And that was a first for me. But now with this other series I alluded to earlier that I've just wrapped up, it's like a lot of strings are in that. So
you've gone heavy on the string pack.
Yeah, it's like a mixture of live strings and the pack, but that's what's kind of fun. And those packs now are so good that you can't even tell the difference, honestly. Like,
yeah, it's really impressive, isn't
it? Crazy. But yeah, yeah. Mostly done on my computer, which is like the funny thing too, is that everything was so backed up. I'd ordered a keyboard, like a big fancy piano keyboard, to do everything on for the show, but because of the supply chain issues at the time, it didn't arrive till like 9 months later. So I did actually the whole score, writing the notes on this using the A to the L key. Like, really, no, actually, that was how I like wrote most of my melodies. And then, so that was kind of like a nice experience in itself to have that limitation on it.
Yeah, you've got to work with what you got, and also during it, like you say, a period where supply chain and postal issues and everything really played into this on many levels, really, for the production too. We don't need to talk about, certainly don't want to dwell on the pandemic, because we've talked enough about that in our lives, but that was an added layer, I'm sure, for everyone to try and contend with. So it's just impressive that it got done in time on all sections, really. So I'm just going to give everyone a quick heads up. We're going to be chatting for another sort of 5 minutes or so, but if anyone has any questions, please get them into the Slido app, and I'll be reviewing those over the next 5 minutes as we chat, and put some of those live when they're ready. So yeah, I'm just going to come back to the conversation here, and I feel like it's worth mentioning, you know, you've talked about Industry Season 2 that you're both working on currently, and how drums are going to feature, which is exciting. But also wondering how that is feeling this time round. Is it really plain sailing from a process point of view? Have you got like good communication down? What feels easier? Does anything feel more challenging? Is there new pressures involved in going into Season 2?
You can go first, Dolly.
Okay.
Lay it on me. Give me the challenge.
I think like there's definitely things that we've got down. For example, our process of working on music and delivering music to people we know everyone that we need to be sending stuff to so they can review it and give us feedback. But we are challenging ourselves, and we want to step it up, because ultimately the TV show has, the storyline has evolved. Characters are 3 years more mature now. And it's not just about, like, from my point of view as a music supervisor, going out and finding lots of artists and songs. For Season 1, a big part was setting the scene in London and using a lot of London artists and songs. And that's still a big part of Season 2 for sure. But we're now the story explores some of the older characters. For example, Eric, who's a mentor to Harper, and the whole mentor thing actually is a big part of the storyline, and there's a huge depth into these older characters and their backgrounds, and we used source music as a way of giving insights to their personalities and like what their life is outside the office. So that's opened up a new world where we're looking to explore more back catalogue music as well for the show. We didn't use any in Season 1, and yeah, there's definitely spots where we want to bring to life some of the older characters, or even there's scenes that are set not in London. There's an episode which is in Berlin, for example. So we're tapping into the Berlin music scene and trying to find authentic artists that are there DJing at nightclubs and licensing their music, as well as scenes that are based in New York. And again, we're hoping to spotlight new up and coming New York artists. So I think like we're evolving with the story evolving, and it's important that the music does so, otherwise it could be stale. And I'll let Nathan talk about his score, but it's definitely come on a long way.
Yeah, well, I mean, just basic communication. I'd say when we first started, as I said, like nobody really knew each other, and I think we had at least like 2 Zoom calls a day for the first couple of months, and now we're doing like a couple a week, if that. Just because I think we all kind of understand our language, and Ollie can send me an email with just, you know, a paragraph, and I'll just kind of know how to roll from there, I suppose. And yeah, it's also been like new characters, new stakes, and getting to like use drums and like build things up. Like I think we just did this big like 3.5 minute scene, maybe longer, and there's taiko drums in it, which
amazing,
definitely not have happened in Season 1. So letting me unleash my inner Akira fandom, which has been nice. But yeah, it's like I think we all like, even like I remember last year, like we really got to know each other, I think, because the Zoom, I don't know how things were before, like everyone was on Zoom, but like, you know, we had Zooms and just talking and banter. And I think the 3 of us on the music team really know how we work. And with the second season, yeah, it's been a lot of just hands off. I send stuff, yes, no, send stuff back. And also I think the hit rate of me handing stuff in to Ollie and him being like, yes, is much higher than when we first started on Season 1, which has been nice as well. And like finding that voice and I also
I
have
guess
new
you've laid
tools.
those foundations, right, for the characters, and so
Yeah,
it's
exactly.
just a case of developing that further.
And I also have, I have new tools at my disposal. And it's also like one of the big things Ollie would say in the first season was like, you're giving the game away too early. When I would like know what the emotions are that are going to come from the characters, and I would preemptively hint at them. And I know much better now not to do that. And just understanding little techniques of scoring and when to put the volume down and have the dialogue shine and things like this.
That's so interesting because it just shows the power of music, and I'm sure we've all watched TV shows or films where music in a way has been a bit of a spoiler alert, or like it can be frustrating as a viewer, can't it, for you to feel led to believe something about a character before maybe you're ready to, or before you've realized it and you're like, oh, okay, they pulled out the sad music, that means something terrible is going to happen. You know what I mean? Like that push pull of like, when do you further reveal aspects of that character or the plot? That's a really good point. Yeah, I mean, you're really well versed now, Nathan, in scoring for series and to film generally. I'm interested to know who has sort of inspired you from a composer point of view, whether that's growing up. You mentioned Akira. I would imagine that's a score that is an inspiration to you. But there are other film composers that you really like their music and look up to.
Well, I mean, from a purely sonic point of view, I mean, early Tangerine Dream scores, which was like a big touch point in our early meeting. Like in the first meeting we had, they asked who or what kind of sound I envisioned on the episodes they'd showed me, and I said, well, probably Tangerine Dream in Risky Business, and then Mickey and Connor were like, oh man, we like actually already put that in the show, so that's great. So that, and then Vangelis obviously is huge, but like in a more contemporary way, I'm really into the work right now, like Dan Romer, who just did Station 11. I think he's got a very cool way of using various sounds in a way that don't necessarily sound tired, I guess. Like he'll take a quartet and make it sound very trippy and cool. I'm really into that. Bobby Krillick, who used to make music as the Hacks and Cloak, very cool. It's been funny too, to be going into this from my, I guess, DJ background. This was always my goal, I guess, to go into this world. Obviously, I still love DJ world, and I'm going to continue making my own music, but to like learn who's who, and I go on IMDb now, and like when my girlfriend and I watch a show, it's like, who did the music? And I'll look it up, and even if we don't find the show that interesting, if I find the music really interesting, I'll immediately start looking at everything else they've done. But yeah,
and enter into this sort of other sound world, or and a world of auteurs. Really, I suppose that's the amazing. There's so many layers to any production, and there's so many people working in this field that are doing interesting work, but not playing on the radio necessarily.
I think it's very cool too that like I will say, I try to find somebody's Instagram and they have like, 2,000 or 3,000 followers, which is fine, but it's in my world, it'd be considered, I guess, or in not my world, but like as like a solo artist, and it wouldn't necessarily be considered huge or anything. But then I love that you don't have to be this big self-facing figure all the time. And like some of these people are low key, just like huge in their industry as like a composer, but you would not know it, I guess, from the typical metrics of an artist. And that's something I'm really into, that in this line of work, you could really excel at your craft behind the scenes, really like make connections. As long as you just, I guess, I don't know, Ollie can speak more to this, but if you hit the deadlines and I guess treat people with respect, you can excel. And I don't necessarily, I like to think I have a, nice mug here, but like, I don't have to like present myself on Instagram, but hopefully to do more compositions, and like the work can speak for itself more than I feel it can as a solo artist these days, if that makes sense. And that's something that's also really excited me.
Absolutely. Sorry, I'm just looking at my phone because we've got some questions in, so I should
lay them on me. Bring them
on. We've got a question here that actually is sort of, we have just touched on that, but I suppose just to add on to it, Nathan, are there TV shows that inspired you to get into soundtracking for TV specifically, or is there anything that comes to mind as far as TV soundtracks are concerned. I suppose we're living in a really like big era for TV right now, but are there any TV shows that have inspired you from a soundtrack perspective?
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't say any TV shows necessarily like made me want to go on this path. I definitely was wanting to go on this path long before I became like a TV nerd, and it's become even worse now that like I can consider it like research for my job. So if I'm like making us watch some show tonight and I can just write it off as not being lazy, it's like, oh no, but how did they do this? So I can definitely like reference a few shows in the last couple of years, like Ozark. I mean, I still think it's great, but the early couple seasons from, I guess, 5 years ago, that score really, I thought was so interesting. And that was one of the first times where I like looked up the composers of a TV show and found their other work and tried to find interviews. And then, as I say, like contemporary, like Dan Romer, I think is awesome. Jeff Russo. But then it's like, as the other two, it's honestly like Vangelis and Tangerine Dream. Like I listened to their albums and just
the originals.
Vangelis, it's not like, yes, Blade Runner, like sure, but like I love looking at old videos of him just smoking a cigarette and noodling around on synthesizers and making like the wildest stuff you've ever heard.
For sure.
But yeah, anyway, the short answer, I don't think there's any TV score that necessarily like sucked me in. Yeah. But there are a lot of contemporary ones. I mean, Succession, Ollie and I have spoken about this. It's like just so unbelievably next level.
Yeah.
What a ride.
I hum it in the shower. I hum it when I cook. It's just...
Mr. Robot was a big influence for us as well. Just the way that they use score and soundtrack and the style that they kind of like... It's very abrupt use of songs there. Like they have hard outs, hard ins. It's very bold and ballsy. And I've not seen a use of music like that. And the way it works, the score and the source cues talk to each other is incredible. So that is definitely, for someone asking that question, if they've not seen it already, definitely worth having a look at.
Thank you both.
One other like honorable mention is just, I think it's the most underrated score ever, is The Matrix. I don't think it gets enough love compared to how much love the movie as a whole gets, but that also really drew me in to wanting to do this because it's just so complex, it's so epic. And
yeah, do you know what I feel like, because that's such a, I don't know if I've actually paid proper attention to the
that's what I'm saying. Like
I know that film so well, and yet filmed so well, but I can't say that. That's no disservice to the soundtrack, but I don't necessarily. I'm gonna go away and listen to it now. And
now that I'm in this, and I rewatch it, I'm like, wow, like crazy.
I'm conscious of time. We've only got a couple of minutes left, so I'm just gonna very quickly ask one more question about, I suppose, what any advice that you would give to people entering into scoring or music supervision for TV and film. What would be one nugget of advice that each of you could give? So I'll start with you, Ollie. Is there anything from the music supervisor point of view that you could offer our audience?
For budding music supervisors, I would say collecting music and being very organized with how you collect music. And it's kind of like your filing system of music, and it's like you've got to think beyond what your personal tastes are, because the biggest part of the job is kind of understanding, putting your personal tastes to one side and understanding what works for a scene and what doesn't, and being able to recognize the songs that have got certain characteristics that will make them really have that quality to work well with picture, as opposed to some songs that you love but just don't have the structure or the elements that make it likely that you're going to be able to get them placed. And it's just being able to think outside the box and find new sources of music that are beyond a Spotify algorithm.
Absolutely.
Or a algorithm, and just I think like the biggest thing for me was just admiring other people's work and getting
I'm
into.
going to pause you there, Ollie. I'm sorry, we've got 30 seconds left, so I'm going to ask Nathan just a very short response to you there on advice for composers.
Sorry, Master. Pretty much, it's yeah. I mean, be organized, and then, as Kendrick Lamar would say, sit down, be humble. Like everyone else knows much more than you do. You're working on a project that ultimately wants everyone else's goals in mind, and just you're a part of a larger project, and you just gotta, do your job, bring what you bring, but do it. Anyway, yeah. Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you. I think
Hi everyone. Today we're going to do a panel on the evolving world of games and how music and games are kind of evolving together separately, what we can learn from games. I'm very excited to have these three panelists with us today. I'm Katie Ginsberg. I'm the director of sync at Partisan Records, Knitting Factory Records, and Left Music Publishing, representing a variety of artists. I work with the whole Fela Kuti estate, so we represent his entire back catalog. Singers After Sex, Idols, Fontaines DC, Laura Marling, so many that I love. And I am pitching on a worldwide level across all formats. And games has been a huge growth spot for us this year and the past 2 years, and one that I'm very excited about. And I'm excited to have a discussion today with all three of these. So first off, Ben, do you want to introduce yourself?
Sure. Hi, my name is Ben Sumner. I'm a music supervisor and founder of Feel for Music. We're a music supervision and creation company based out of Metropolis Studios in London. We're probably best known for our work in the video game space, where we work on a bunch of big games, both trailers and in-game music. Our clients include Ubisoft, Square Enix, Deep Silver, a bunch of other blue chip game clients who we work with pretty closely. We're probably best known for our work on Assassin's Creed and Life is Strange.
Awesome, thank you. All right, Sherry.
Hello, thank you so much, Katie and everyone, for being here. It's a brief intro for me. I am the founder and publisher of a music tech newsletter called Water and Music. It's a paid newsletter. We have roughly 2,000 members in our community from across music and tech. Also in the process of turning into a DAO, which is a whole separate topic, I think, beyond the scope of this discussion. That's definitely taken up a lot of my time. But I guess historically, I am really into gaming, especially got a lot into gaming, like personally over the course of the pandemic. So definitely have a personal connection to that. But I've also written a lot about how music and gaming industries can learn from each other from like a partnerships and business model perspective, especially. I've also taught on that topic and spoken on it at institutions like NYU as well. So definitely happy to be here and hopefully provide more of that kind of higher level perspective.
Dig into that for sure. And Harry, go for it.
Hey all. I am Harry. I run the music and licensing team here at Licht. So we're a commercial music licensing solution. So we license music into content creators on YouTube and social media platforms. So we provide an alternative stock music. We license in their favorite artist music from all of the kind of major and independent labels. And we're effectively a kind of solution that allows creators, gamers to license their favorite artist music and keep their revenue stream. They don't get a copyright claim. But we also work closely with games companies such as Fortnite to work on their in-concert events, where we provide a solution for their kind of affiliate gamers to have a claims-free experience to post their VODs onto social media after the event. And yeah, that's what we do over at Licht.
Also something we'll be digging into during this panel. So I kind of just want to start on a positive note, and I kind of want to hear, I know these past 2 years have been kind of crazy, so I'd love to hear just kind of like something you've been really proud of, a big win, something that excited you in the past year or so within this game and music world. So Ben, do you want to maybe start with that?
Yeah, sure. I mean, we've had a pretty busy couple of years. You know, we're one of the lucky ones for the pandemic, obviously, with the games industry being one of the winners, I guess, with so many people being at home, like Sherry playing games. But yeah, we did a couple of big remixes. So we did a big remix of Billie Eilish towards the end of last year for Assassin's Creed. That was a really cool project. Also got to remix Public Enemy, which I was a big fan of when I was a bit younger, which was cool. On a business level, we've done a lot of in-game music, but we started our first sort of AAA video game score for an as yet unannounced project. Can't say what, but it was great writing 85 minutes of music for a big game with our team, which is pretty cool. We also did a really cool partnership for Life is Strange. That's a project we've worked on across the whole franchise, and but we did a partnership with an artist called MXM Toon, who's quite big on TikTok, and very cool person. She does a lot on Twitch and things like that as well. Great singer as well. But we did a partnership with her where she became the singing voice of the character in one of the games that we were working on, and that deal encapsulated a bunch of other stuff around that, so including some licensed music into the game, her featuring as a character, but then her also creating content around the game. And it felt like a really cool partnership. I mean, a lot of it was good because she was a fan of the franchise already, so it felt like a very natural fit. And one of the things we always try and look for is good fit. But yeah, that worked really well and was really successful. We had a lot of fan interaction. And TikTok is obviously quite an evolving platform. Certainly from our point of view, it's not something we've done loads and loads of things on. So it's really nice to have that partnership. So yeah, that was probably a highlight for last year for me.
That's awesome. Yeah, I definitely want to revisit kind of how that works and the partnerships between a musician and a game and what that looks like. So that's something that we'll revisit a little bit. Shay, what about you?
Yeah, I guess I am not working directly in the gaming industry, so my wins might be a bit different. But I guess there's like the Web3 DAO side of like Water Music, and we're doing a lot of like collaborative research projects. Like we launched a really big one related to music and Web3 in December that kind of like kickstarted our launch into this more kind of collaborative model, for editorial research, which it's very exciting. But on the like gaming topic, I guess the wins, and I don't know if this is like a win, this is just I guess a perspective that I gained on music and gaming over the last couple of years, which I would, wherever appropriate, would love to bring to this discussion as well, which is like directly engaging with and appreciating games as an art form, which is not something like as like a business reporter or business writer. Of course, I like tend to focus just on the dollar signs. And like, that's, I think, a big, at least historical motivating factor for the music industry to jump into gaming. They're seeing, all the money that the Fortnites and Robloxes of the world are making and are like, we should get in on that, as an entertainment company. But most of my personal gaming experience and what has really shaped my view now on these issues is like really digging into the weeds of all the indie games that are out there and like realizing how hard, especially like indie developers are working, often just teams of like, very small teams of one, in the case of Stardew Valley, making the whole game, writing all the music, to just like, small teams of 5 to 10 people. So just, really appreciating the work that goes into those games, and then hopefully bringing more of that into my like writing understanding of the opportunities in the industry beyond just kind of the major AAA games.
And I mean, that's a great point to raise, especially within the indie world of music, because a lot of the opportunities are for major labels. So it's maybe just take a step back and start looking at those indie games. And that's kind of a really good way for an indie musician to start getting into this world, versus just being like, I want to be in Fortnite. So that's something we can talk about for sure. And Harry?
Yeah, so I think some of our big wins over the last year, I think our most significant one actually happened last week, although it was the kind of culmination of a lot of work over the last year, but we hit 1 million live tracks on the platform licensable to creators, which makes us, I guess, kind of one of the biggest licensing kind of solutions out there. When you think the kind of incumbent in the space for licensing music into YouTube has been Epidemic Sounds, for example, who have around 30 to 40,000 tracks. And so, yeah, it was a big deal to get across that threshold. And over the past year, 18 months, we've finalized our deals with Universal, with Warner, BMG. Merlin was announced at the start of this year. So we're just getting that up and running and operational. So lots more tracks to come. But that felt like quite a significant milestone, really, to start. We would like Lick to become the Spotify for creators, where anybody from whatever content they're creating, from gaming to beauty to fitness, can come and license in their favorite artist music and be able to create a kind of new incremental revenue stream on top of existing UGC revenue from YouTube. But I think in the gaming space specifically, we activated our partnership with Fortnite at the end of 2020, but I think last year we worked on all of their live music activations, from Ariana Grande to J Balvin, the September series, and we continue to do that this year. We work on the Soundwave series at the moment. So that's been a really exciting part of the business that wasn't necessarily our core business when we started out, but it's definitely an area that we're moving into. And we completed a successful funding round around the middle of last year, of which Epic Games was, entered that round. They're now a partner in the business. And I'm excited looking into the next year of how we can kind of explore that partnership in a little bit more detail of how we can kind of start to integrate music into the games, and for people to be able to kind of archive their streams on YouTube, for example, without getting demonetized for using some of the in-game music. So yeah, that's something that we're excited to kind of explore in more detail this year.
Big moves. It sounds like a lot has happened even since you and I last spoke. It's amazing. Yeah. So Sherry, I think this next question is probably for you, but anybody else, I would love to hear your thoughts on it. But so overall, music revenue has been outpaced by gaming revenue by an insane amount, especially in the past few years. So kind of what can the music industry learn from the gaming industry? What are they doing right? What are like some lessons we can be learning from them? So yeah, I'd love to hear your thoughts on that.
For sure. Yeah. So I guess, and this may or may not be familiar already to people who are listening, but I think an important piece of context in terms of the difference between the music and the gaming industries is how relatively more vertically integrated the gaming industry is compared to music. So if you look at the like major label equivalents in the gaming industry, like the biggest game publishers also own their own hardware, and like that is incorporated into the gaming industry's revenue. So like Sony Interactive, Sony also owns like PlayStation consoles. One of the oldest brands, Nintendo, publishes some of the biggest games, but and also has like the Switch. Like the equivalent in the music industry, which might sound kind of ridiculous, like saying out loud, but let's be like back in the day if we included like iPod sales in like music industry revenue, and if like major labels and publishers like own that hardware. So that's just, I guess it's an important like piece of context in terms of like why gaming industry revenues are. But I think even if you do just look at content, I think it is still far outpacing music industry revenue. And I think big part of that, and also at least thinking from like a business standpoint, why the music industry wants to partner more with the gaming industry is just with general diversification of revenue, even on the like software side. So like it's not just, just thinking about how some of the most lucrative games are free to play. So you don't have to, pay anything up front to play the game, unlike, historical models for gaming, but instead you, the way the game earns revenues by buying these like add-ons, like either kind of accelerating your like time in the game or buying extra like skins in Fortnite, not to keep going back to Fortnite, but I think they have like executed on this model at the largest scale, like buying emotes, dance moves. I guess that's been the focal point for a lot of music partnerships, especially. So, and looking at, I know, and we should focus on definitely on like the independent sector today, but just looking at, I think, at least what major label partnerships are looking like with these bigger companies, the focus, at least to me, seems to be a lot about diversifying revenue beyond just doing like traditional sync licensing deals with these developers. So like Warner and Sony doing a partnership with Roblox, it seems like licensing is just the like icing on the cake. Like the focus seems to be a lot more on like live events, like selling branded avatars within the game. I think Warner just announced a partnership with the Sandbox, which is kind of like a bigger metaverse virtual world platform with all these different ways to earn revenue through like in-game in-world purchases, as opposed to just like a blanket licensing deal. So I think that's like overall revenue diversification, I think, is where that discussion is headed. Yeah.
That makes a lot of sense. Ben, Harry, you have anything to add to this one?
Yeah, sure. I mean, sorry, did you say Ben or Harry? I didn't hear you there.
Whoever.
Do you want to go, Harry? You go.
Harry, you go for it.
No, I think the only thing I was going to add is that agreement with Sherry around the, it's obviously a huge engagement around these events in game, but I think the sort of the longer tail of the, as you say, the emotes, the skins that these creators will buy around that specific artist, I think is a big part of what we're going to be doing more of, I think, this year for sure.
Yeah, because it almost creates like these like micro worlds within the bigger world of the game that brings in their fan base in a really interesting way. Ben?
Yeah, and I mean, I think the music industry is a bit under-monetized, considering what an important place it plays in all our lives. I think for various reasons it's a bit under-monetized, but I think the games industry dealt with music piracy, with piracy in general, much better than the music industry did. And I think there's a kind of head start, if you like, that the games industry had in terms of generating profit and how that's evolved. And I think the last few years, I think the profits for the music industry are increasing pretty significantly as well to where they were at. So it's kind of like, I mean, I used to work in labels, and when the LimeWire and Napster and everything kind of killed the business, and a lot of people I know lost their jobs. I remember that whole kind of bit of the music business. So it's kind of really good to see the music industry sort of going back on the up and up. But yeah, I think there's a lot to learn from the games industry, but I think actually more and more games business and the music business are actually in the same space. It's very closely interconnected. So I can't imagine a world where the games industry grows enormously without at least bringing music with it.
I feel like music is becoming a much more integral part of games. Like are gamers expecting really like music to enhance their experience versus just like a library track or whatever? Like, do you think that's really becoming more of that, or? Yeah,
I mean, look, I think music's always been a huge part of games. I think Super Mario, Donkey Kong, all these things, they had music as part of those experiences. I think just the opportunities become greater. What technology's brought. I mean, a lot of the business stuff that Sherry's talking about as well, I think means that there's the environment is more ripe for more collaboration, but there is also more opportunity. I mean, the stuff that Fortnite were doing and that Harry's been involved in, that wasn't technically possible on that kind of scale not that long ago. So I think those kind of opportunities have changed the game, and I think whenever you're in a space where the bar is being pushed up and up, it means everyone's got to do better, right? It's like Fortnite and Roblox are doing really cool things. GTA, there's loads of people doing really cool stuff, which is kind of, now as a consumer, you're like, well, those guys are listening to Travis Scott in their game. Like, well, what are we going to get? Do you know what I mean? So it's kind of like, I think expectation has naturally increased. I think opportunity as well. I think there's a greater understanding. I think games have become more acceptable. They're like a very core part of the broad global culture. Like it's very acceptable to play games. More women play games, more older people play games. It's like this much bigger audience. So I think certainly from my point of view, when I did try and do deals with managers, labels, publishers, people are pretty open to stuff, whereas a little while ago it might have been a bit harder work trying to get the rights you need or do the deals you want. And the stuff that Harry's talking about, it's pretty complex in terms of the rights landscape, and that definitely wouldn't have been a very easy thing to do and deliver a good consumer experience. So, you know, yeah, absolutely.
I think
go ahead, Harry.
I was just going to say, I think referencing GTA and thinking about music becoming a more integral part of gaming, I think the Dr. Dre thing that happened recently, where he's actually releasing new music, and it's not just an in-game performance, he's an integral character, and it's a whole kind of part of that, of the gaming experience is Dre in the studio, and the sort of, you know, there's a subplot around his new music that's integrated into the game. And I just thought that was such a great idea and really well executed. And I think, you know, that's again, you know, you think we've had the in-game performances, the big Travis Scott avatar or Ariana Grande, whoever it might be, but actually having the artist as part of the storyline and actually integrated into the game is almost kind of a next level to that. And I think it would be great to see more of that happening.
Sherry, you have anything to add on that one?
Yeah, I guess, yeah, totally agree with Ben, Harry, what you just said. Yeah, especially I guess in terms of, this is directly connected also to like the business model shift, like not just thinking about blanket licenses, but like how can we diversify like revenue and think about like, yeah, kind of in-game goods or characters that is directly tied to like a new kind of narrative experience, as you were saying, Harry, of like, yeah, the artist directly driving the narrative. Another thought I had in terms of like music being an integral part of games, I think something that we will touch upon later, I think, is the growth not just of the gaming industry, but also of like the secondary social layer around it. Especially if you think about like Twitch and Discord. And what's so interesting, I think, about this topic is that those platforms that were super highly like gaming specific and were designed for a gaming audience are now trying to very rapidly become like pop culture platforms. Like Discord, I'm sure many like us here and a lot of people listening know a ton of artists who've started Discord servers, you know, in the last like 1 to 2 years, and or Twitch channels, and like are starting to build. MX Neptune is a great example, like someone who's started to build, you know, a wider audience on a more gaming centric platform. And so, and like Twitch now has a dedicated like music team that they've like, you know, really fleshed out a lot more. Discord is trying to do more music partnerships. So I think, yeah, just across the board, these gaming companies are trying to not just trying to become pop culture companies, but are realizing their role is like changing in that regard. And so music can definitely play a role in helping those companies achieve those goals too.
Yeah, for sure. And I guess going off of what you were saying a little bit earlier, but kind of just having these artists within games and these gaming partnerships and these brand partnerships. And I mean, Ben, I think you worked on some directly. Like how number one, how important is it for the artist to be a gamer? How important is it for them to be really directly involved? And how does it work best? How would have been most successful?
Yeah, look, I mean, I think, you know, good fit in sort of artist partnerships generally is a big part of it. So, you know, if they're into the medium that they're, you know, hoping to be part of, you know, that interest in it, of course it helps. But I don't think it's, you know, it's essential. You don't have to be a musician to like music. You don't have to be a gamer to like gaming. Do you know what I mean? So it's like, I think as long as you appreciate what it is and are willing and open to kind of learning more about that world. I mean, you know, I think it is still a space where some people just they don't play games. They're not really that interested necessarily, and perhaps like they kind of know about it a little bit. And I think that's okay as long as you're open to sort of, okay, well, this is how it works, and like understanding that. I mean, we've done a bunch of different things and with different levels of people who are interested in. I mean, MX Neptune was, you know, a great partnership because she understood the game. She knows I mean, I've worked on all of the games. She knows the games better than I do. You know, and we're talking about the project. She knows it better than I do. But, you know, I've done other ones with other artists who not, you know, they don't really have the same level of interest, but they understood that it would be good in terms of audience and how the audience they might reach. But they also, you know, similarly, they wouldn't have been comfortable working on a game that they didn't feel fits their brand as an artist. So I think that part of it's quite important. I mean, Life is Strange is a very good game to work. It's easier to work with in some ways because it tackles deeper storylines. It's not overtly violent. It's a narrative-based game. It's, you know, there's not lots in it to object to. You know, we work on other games that are quite violent, and there are artists that don't, you know, they don't want their music to have anything to do with it. You know, particularly true of people who are looking after the estates of certain bigger artists as well. You know, Jimi Hendrix, for example, you know, they're very into having his music on stuff that promotes peace and love, and that's, you know, that's cool. I respect that, but you know, from our perspective, it can be difficult. But yeah.
So, are you finding that like a game company will come to you and be like, "We want to work with this artist," or are you saying like, are you searching out these artists and being like, "This actually feels like it would be such a good fit. We want them to do the sound design for this game," or something like that?
Well, it's a balance. I mean, you know, I think more often than not, when we're starting a search, we kind of know the parameters that we're working within. You know, I mean, a lot of the stuff we've worked on, the basis, the fundamental is about creating new music for that project, and then everything else, I mean, internally we refer to it as music plus. So everything that's beyond just a license is music plus. So, you know, the different people look at it in different ways, you know, in terms of what they're willing to get involved with.
Yeah. And so I guess kind of going off of that, once you do have somebody involved, like, do you expect them to promote it? What kind of, like, are you working on all sorts of different kinds of deals? Is it?
Well, you hope. I mean, like we try and write it in more often than not now. I mean, like it's very chicken and egg. You know, sometimes there'll be the basis of like, oh, we want new music, but we'd love to have it if they wanted to do a behind the scenes video about the music they did, or, you know, if they actually play the game, then you know, playing or reviewing the game, which is, you know, one of the things MXN Toon did. You know, so I don't know. It's the involvement varies on both sides, if you like. You know, the game publisher will have different ideas of what they do or don't want, and then the artist will have ideas of what they are and aren't willing to do, and what kind of price point they set on those, which is always also part of it. You know, like some artists put a real premium on their social media platform, much more so than others. You know, they might be more willing to do a deal on a piece of music, but then for them to be an ambassador, as they might see it, for that project, that means that, you know, they maybe want to demand a higher fee, or sometimes it has a more complicated rights perspective, because you start bringing in image rights and these kind of things as well. So yeah, it's a number of factors. I mean, I've often found that it's us that's driving more detailed partnerships, because a lot of times game publishing companies, you know, they want to attach the celebrity, the stardust to their project, but, you know, contrary to popular belief, that it's not a sort of bottomless pit of money that they have available necessarily. So, you know, they do have, especially you know, even, you know, big indie games and stuff, or small indie games have, you know, often very low budgets for music and partnerships and stuff. But you know, there's a lot of things to go into.
Yeah. I also want to kind of pivot and start talking about live streaming, with like how that's been working. And Harry, I think you'll have a lot of insight into this. Like what are the issues you're running into when gamers are playing on Twitch, when their videos are getting taken down from YouTube? It's rights holders aren't being compensated, so then they're issuing takedowns, distributors are issuing takedowns, labels are issuing takedowns. But on the flip side, gamers don't totally understand the process, and they're like, why am I getting demonetized? What's happening? I thought, like, I'm just playing the game. I don't understand. So what's kind of the overview of that? What are the issues, and how is that the problem that we can maybe solve?
So interestingly, initially the way our kind of Fortnite partnership came about was when they did that initial Marshmallow concert, right? That was, you know, hugely successful, huge viewership numbers, great engagement. They have a group of kind of their affiliate gamers, the supporter creator program, they call it. They have a few thousand of their biggest channels, you know, all monetizing content creators. And they said, you know, the only negative sentiment they got from that event was, you put this on this great show, but now I post my stream onto YouTube, and I just lost all my revenue associated with that that video. There must be some kind of solution for this. And eventually it came back round to Licht might be able to find a solution for this. And part of our core business of licensing commercial music into YouTube content creators is that we have a proprietary bit of software that kind of identifies a channel with a license that's been obtained through Licht. And in that event, it's able to remove the copyright claim, and then obviously that creator can now partake in the ad revenue associated with that video. What we do with Fortnite is that we have built out a kind of custom solution with them, whereby all of the assets being used in that event, we basically whitelist against a specific channel. So all of the supported creator program, our software identifies those specific channels and can release the claims once their stream's finished, so that they will be they'll be able to monetize their content on YouTube. Now, prior to this happening, what we do with Fortnite is that within that artist appearing in that event, we negotiate the UGC rights for 7 days after that event for this specific group of creators. So what Fortnite are effectively doing is just paying for an additional right for essentially lost revenue, UGC revenue, against those assets for the 7 days. That's the window. That's the window we get them after the event. They're claims free for 7 days. We then reassert the claims, and the rights holder will start monetizing from that point onwards. But during that window, we bake into the agreement that they have the UGC rights, so that we can give them a claims free experience, at the end of which the label will start monetizing it again. But it's also a way, the benefit to the music industry as well is that it's a way to get, after that event, the longer tail of having all of these huge channels with great numbers, loads of viewership, lots more eyeballs on that content post the event than there would have been previously, where they'll either have to mute the audio or whatever the other solutions are. So it's a solution that we can replicate with all other games. That is something we're trying to move a lot more proactively into. But it's a really slick solution. Previously you had labels would have to remove assets from YouTube completely, lose out on all UGC revenue, or all of these channels had to be manually put on like an allow list, so that any content that they use would be claims free for that time. So this is all automated. We have an API connection with Fortnite's database, and we've done one show already this year, the Tones and I Soundwave series, that there are a few more planned over the course of this year. But yeah, that's the solution that we bring into those events, and I think it's something that allows Fortnite to be able to start ramping up the production of in-game concerts, because they can offer this experience to their creators.
And are you finding on both the game side and the rights holder side, have they been pretty happy with the solution? Are there any issues that you're seeing?
No, I mean, everybody it's a much slicker process for both parties, right? The labels don't have to worry. The labels don't have to do anything. Our software, because we're integrated with most of the main players in the space, that we can just, it's assigning a custom policy to an asset in YouTube, and really the whole process is automated. At the end of the 7 days, we provide a report for Fortnite and for the labels and the publishers, just kind of so they can kind of measure what the kind of usage, what the claims data has been like. So yeah, I think it's a win-win on both sides. So yeah, we've not really had any issues. Yeah.
Beyond Fortnite, you're also doing this with influencers, like on a direct basis, or is it?
Yeah. I mean, the core business is, we've got a front end, a platform that is like any other DSP, with the added feature of being able to obtain a license in a couple of clicks. You can find audition content and then license it, and the fees based on your audience size. Basically, they're licensing on basically a percentage of revenue against their video. And that's our kind of day-to-day core business, and obviously gamers play a big part of that world as well.
Yeah, because even on my label side, like that's an issue we're running into.
Yeah.
it's an issue we face all the time as well. You know, we've had a lot of problems in that space over the last few years because of the amount of, you know, influencer marketing has just gone through the roof over the last few years. You know, like I think even a couple of years ago when we were working on campaigns for video games companies, you know, they may only have 5, 10 influencer partners, like key influencer partners. And on the more recent stuff, we're looking at like, you know, 500 to 1,000, the same thing, which kind of immediately antiquated the old system of manually allow listing everything. But I think, you know, what Licked are doing really fascinating, and I do think it's a good solution. I wonder long term if that's definitely, not to cast any aspersions, Harry, but like I wonder long term if the landscape might change again. And I'm really curious as to wonder if YouTube at some point will allow the sharing of monetization revenue, which might create an alternative answer where both rights holders and content provider can take money from like a stream of essentially combined rights, which seems like a more sort of realistic. I feel like what you guys are doing, and the same as what we're doing with other stuff, trying to be creative with licensing, getting people to turn off all rights and things like that, you know, it is a kind of workaround for a system that essentially ideally needs changing a bit more fundamentally.
Well, I mean, in quite a sort of kind of clunky way is that, you know, if you think of labels dealing with influencer marketing, a lot of the time, the fees that a label and publisher, the minimum fees they would charge, often is an amount that would put that creator in negative equity against the revenue that they're going to get on that video. So I think the idea of having a sort of streamlined, automated process of never having to have that manual interaction piece has the benefit. But in turn as well, we're looking at a way of flipping from a label perspective the influencer marketing model on its head, whereby rather than paying the creators to use, you know, key creators to use their music, it is having them come to us and licensing simply, and there's no putting on an allow list or revenue share. Is just a kind of flat license fee.
Yeah, no, from the UGC perspective, I totally get it. It's more from that game publisher led side, I think, is more the kind of where I'm
yeah, I see. Yeah,
that's more kind of what we deal with. But the UGC thing, yeah, I think it's a great solution from a UGC perspective.
Shay, this one's kind of for you to start with. What do you predict is the future of live shows in gaming? I know we've touched on it a bit. Is there going to be a crossover? Is there a bigger push for in-game performances? Like, what are you kind of seeing? Because I know you analyze a lot of this in a bigger way than even the rest of us on this call.
Yeah, it is pretty crazy how different my answer is to this now from this time, like 1 to 2 years ago, or just thinking back to the start of the pandemic. And I think the Travis Scott show that was in the works long before the pandemic started, but this timing worked really well because right after that launched, all these headlines kind of, you know, being published, like in-game events are the future of live shows. There were all these really cool, like mostly independent collective-led events in like Minecraft and a lot of, you know, I guess like side like sandbox games, apart from just the bigger games like Fortnite. But then similar to demand for like live streaming concerts in general, I think it has gone down since the start of the pandemic, as obviously, you know, Omicron currently notwithstanding, I think like generally people are more excited to like go out to live shows if the opportunity presents itself, you know, in person, but they're not as interested in just seeing like a static video feed of a live show. And then to extend that to games, the Travis Scott show was definitely like very immersive and mesmerizing, but it wasn't the most like interactive. You're just like surrounded, I guess, as your character in a 360 way by this larger than life figure and swimming underwater and stuff, and that was cool, but you weren't really able to like interact with the world in a way that you would expect with a game. I don't know if people here have seen the Ariana Grande show, or like people listening here, but like that started to like become a little bit more interactive, where to like advance the narrative of the show, I think there's a point where you had to like beat down this monster that like suddenly appeared, and you had to like work with other people who were tuning in to do that. So in terms of the future of like live performances and games, I think a really great creative opportunity, and also something that is very challenging and takes a lot of time, is building it more like a proper game and not just trying to like skeuomorphically, meaning just like taking the existing like framework of like an artist performing on a stage and like trying to copy and paste that into a game environment. I think that just isn't as effective. And so, yeah, I guess I see them less as like concerts even, and more as just like new interactive ways of experiencing with an artist's world. And like that world can come from the album art design, it could come from the tour or concert design, it could come from any sort of creative inspiration. So yeah, I'm noticing people kind of thinking more critically about how to push the creative boundaries of like what's uniquely possible within games, as opposed to just framing them as in-game shows.
I think I find that to be the most exciting future of how games and music will be working together. And it seems kind of like what Ben has been doing a lot of as well, just like these partnerships that are thinking much more holistically and not just being like, let's drop this one track and let's like make you this like one thing, where it's like, what can we do to like, and going back to what you were saying about the art of the video game and being like, what can we do to kind of like mesh these two art worlds in a way that really feels exciting? So I think that's really cool. And kind of going off of that, since this is a panel for independent artists, independent labels, what are some tips for labels and independent musicians for getting their music into games? I know that's a question we don't love to hear, but what are some interesting ways they can do that? I know we touched on it earlier, same kind of within the indie world of video games, and I think that's a really good idea. So I would love to hear anyone's thoughts on kind of that.
Sure. Shall I go? I mean, I think, I get asked this question a lot, and I think it's difficult. There's an awful lot of rights holders and artists and management companies that want to be more involved with games, don't really know how to go about it. It's very difficult. I mean, like a lot of things, it often feels like it's all sewn up by the majors, and they got like all head start and teams to help them. But I think it's actually a very broad world. I think people need to think about, as an indie, what do you offer that's different? The majors at their worst, they're very slow moving, they can be very inflexible, they demand higher payment rates. What can the independent sector do better? Can they be more flexible? Can they move quicker, be more responsive? Obviously you're probably going to be working at a lower charge, for the stuff that you're doing. But I think there is a lot more opportunity. And I think it's just a matter of being creative, and also, it's hard work. It's a new sector. There's a lot of stuff to try and get your head around and understand. But there's a huge opportunity. I mean, I read a stat the other day. I think there's nearly 2,500 game developers in the UK alone, and we're we're a modestly sized country. So it's like that's a lot of opportunity here. And I think it's like about finding that fit for the level you're at, working out who to reach out to. And there are platforms like Licked and other platforms as well, which can help people access your music in a slightly different way as well, and bring you revenue streams. But yeah, I think there's not, I mean, the answer no one wants to hear, but it's hard work, isn't it? You kind of have to do the research and the craft and make those connections. I mean, certainly in terms of, I mean, we love working with indies. We do loads and loads in that space. If I'm always try to encourage, small labels and publishers and artists themselves to reach out to us, send us some music, speak to us. But I think also, the mobile games sector, huge sector, a lot of opportunity there. Smaller games, should indie music labels could very easily be working with indie games. It's a kind of natural match.
Totally. Harry, quick one for you. Are you able, like, with your stats and on Licked, are you able to, like, do you ever see a song like really pop off and you're like, whoa, like, is that something that y'all have access to on your side?
Yeah, I mean, I think one thing that we find is that, generally speaking, we're not, things that are trending well or performing well on other DSPs or other UGC platforms tend to be the things that perform the best on our platform as well. It is things that are kind of topically relevant or culturally relevant tends to rise to the top as well. And I think we have a good split of major label and independent licensing. While there are lots of household names on the platform, there are still a lot of kind of really relevant independent music that, whether that has been sort of featured on games in the past or has performed well on another UGC platform, we tend to see spikes in that content based on what's happening outside of Licked, whether that is on TikTok or Twitch or something happening in the gaming world. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, we've got about 5 minutes left, so I'm going to take some questions from the audience. So give me 1 second. Ben, this probably is one for you, but anyone can chime in and kind of touched on it. But how do music producers and composers get into making music for video games? Is there a path for that? Is it the same kind of thing where it's the graft and just reaching out to people, and do they put together a reel? Like, what's kind of the best pitch for that?
Yeah, I mean, I think in terms of the stuff that I like to see get sent in, we have a lot of composers approach us. But, if you're very new to the game, then, actually recomposing music to a game trailer, for instance, or a sequence from a video game is a great way. You can almost build a fictional showreel. Like, a showreel doesn't necessarily actually have to be real live work. It can be something that mirrors it. And, if you are out there and you're doing something better than the real life one, it actually looks really good as a showreel, So I think that's a nice way of sort of building things up. I mean, I think it's the same thing. There's lots of composer agents out there. I think, not everyone realizes that, but, if you're a really good composer and you have the natural talent and you show what you can do, then those agents will be interested in working with you. Again, the same way that young film composers try and work with film students and, smaller films and build your craft that way. There is lots of small games. There's lots of mobile games that have basically zero music budget that can't afford to work with people like me or a lot of the labels or publishers. So, you know what, they're a great potential partner for you. With the amount that there are in everywhere in the world, really, it shouldn't be. I mean, it's definitely possible. It's hard, there's no two ways about it. It's a difficult thing to get into. It's a lofty goal. It's difficult to be a professional musician. It's difficult to be a professional actor, or, it's one of those industries which a lot of people want to do and it's hard to get into. But I think, if you've got the talent and you put in the hard work, attend things like this, learn some more about what the expectations are, meet people, you get the opportunities. But it's definitely a marathon, not a sprint.
Yes. Yeah. Does anybody else have anything to add to that one? Yeah. How do royalties work in the game space once an artist track gets licensed? Might be one for you, Ben, but I don't know if Harry or Sherry, you want to take that one?
I can do that. I mean, there's very rarely the royalties get paid for in-game usage. It does still happen. If you're with certain PROs, you're more likely to get in-game royalties. If you're a member of SASM, for instance, that have certain rules about that kind of thing. But even those are diminishing now. I mean, there was a point in time where people got quite significant royalties. I mean, very famously, a lot of people took quite a good royalty out of the original GTA games and got paid unfeasible amounts of money for the use of their music in those games. Which basically deaded any future royalties because no one else wanted to repeat that. So it tends to be an upfront fee. Often the fee reflects that, and it's a little bit higher than you might get for certain other things, commonly, but not always. But yeah, it is possible to negotiate royalties. I've heard about more things like that. There's especially again, going back to mobile games who have very limited starter budget, they're more, those guys and girls are more likely to offer, say, a percentage of a future return, because the nature of the mobile gaming space is it's more of a lottery ticket. Some mobile games go huge, but the majority of mobile games have very low audience. So, they're more willing to take a punt with everyone who works with them in terms of offering royalties. But yeah, generally limited. But the landscape is changing as well, especially with the content market that surrounds the gaming industry. It is possible to generate royalties in certain ways. Also, a lot of games companies are not necessarily interested in all rights. So, if as you grow, it is possible to negotiate rights in a slightly different way. So, for instance, I don't think it's uncommon for a games company to not necessarily be bothered about the rights for release. They're more bothered about YouTube rights or Twitch rights than they are, like, if you want to put the thing out on Spotify and other DSPs, then it's not the biggest compromise for them necessarily. So there are ways of making additional revenue beyond the upfront fees, but yeah, generally no royalties.
We have about 1 more minute left. I'm going to ask one more question. I think maybe Sherry, you take this one away, or whoever else. But what are some musical trends you're seeing in the gaming space for the upcoming year, the past year? That's our last question from the audience.
Yeah. Oh gosh, I'll try to be concise about this. Or so one, I guess caveat to what I'm about to say is that I have never licensed music to a game before. So I'm not speaking from direct experience in the business side, more about also what I enjoy as a gamer and what I think other people in gaming communities like to see. In terms of, I think generally world building as a concept is gaining more and more relevance in entertainment at large, and the different forms that those worlds can take. So, in the context of music, releasing an album, not just, how many, how do I rack up as many streams or sales as possible on this album, but what is the story that I'm telling through this music, and how can it be expressed in all these different forms, whether that's a film or in a game. The question of what kind of I guess playing a game from the player's perspective is a not just highly interactive, but also very personal experience, and very intimate experience. So thinking about the kind of interactive personal game narrative that the music that you're putting out can support is a very distinct kind of narrative question from how can I get this song synced in a film for that kind of narrative. So I'll just encourage that way of thinking. I think a lot of the trends that I'm seeing in terms of more more interesting forms of sound design around music, encouraging more interaction around music, through stems, for example, all kind of going in that direction. And then one very quick I guess important stat that I wanted to just share. So Twitch had a big data leak, I think latter half of last year, that revealed the earnings, direct earnings on the platform for thousands upon thousands of streamers. And I looked through the top couple hundred. I noticed that basically all of the top 100, 200 music channels were from independent artists, mostly artists who you probably haven't heard of at all. They're probably doing terrible on Spotify. No, sorry, walk that back. I don't want to say terrible, just doing lower, just haven't heard the streaming numbers, but they're making really good income on this platform, and that's because they are really good at building community in a consistent way, just by focusing on that one platform. And so just wanted to say that just to contextualize that. Interestingly, on Twitch, certainly independent artists are leading the charge in terms of just case studies for building community. And so if that fits your lifestyle as an artist, if that fits your personality, would definitely encourage that, because it's kind of the inverse of what we see elsewhere in the music market. Yeah.
Really
so
idea. And a great tip. Well, I think we're running a little over. So thank you everyone for watching. Thank you to our panelists for participating. And I hope you got something wonderful out of this panel.